Sup, fuckers?
How's it going?
How the hell are you guys?
Pretty good. Pretty good. How about you guys?
I'm just amazing.
Same as these. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like it.
Been a pretty productive day. You know, I got up early, went to the gym, cut my grass,
Take it easy.
did some
there,
laundry.
Yeah.
Having a beer here. Well, club tail.
I dropped off my kid and then I got a shower. That's as far as I've got today.
I like it. So, we had twins, so I've been up throughout the night with those little fuckers.
Yeah. That one, my daughter you met up there, she's got a twin upstairs still sleeping.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
How old are they?
14 now.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Mine's are only a little over a month. I think 5 weeks? 6 weeks?
Yeah. That's an interesting time, man. If they're not synced up, like how babies have to like eat or shit once an hour, like, or once every
Right.
2 hours or whatever.
I think overall, they do pretty good. They're on the same schedule.
Yeah.
But what sucks is one of them will fall asleep a little bit faster than the other. And if one of them starts crying or fussing, she'll rile up the other one.
Yeah.
Like, God damn it. And that's what it was throughout the night. It's just them riling each other up. And then this morning, I think I was up probably like 4, 4:30, 5, 6. Finally got them to sleep around 8, 8:30. Fell asleep and I saw the clock. It was like 9:20. I'm like, oh crap, I gotta go.
Yeah. My twins would, when they're babies, would like, one would wake up and if the other one had like a binky, they always had binkies, so they'd steal the binky out of the other one's mouth and put it, and then they'd start crying and then wake up and it was a binky battle.
Yeah,
So.
no.
That's awesome.
Twins are rough, dude.
So far, we've been pretty lucky.
Yeah.
But they were preemies, so they're
Yeah.
still little and their cries are pretty quiet still. So it's nice.
It's just
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, my twins were also, they were born at 24 and a half weeks.
Jesus.
So they were
tiny.
1.5 and 1.7 pounds when they were born.
Wow.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. Elsie was.
Your daughter's
4?
name's Elsie?
Mm-hmm.
So is mine.
Elsie Ann was her name. She's.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy. Well, cheers to
Cheers
that
to
name.
cheers to Elsie's.
Yes, I am.
Mine's an asshole.
I haven't had
Am I-
an Elsie.
Do you really?
Yes.
Oh. I guess that name's way more common than I thought.
I like it. She was born, I think, it was like 4'4", and then Bryn, she was 3'15". A little bit bigger than yours, but still tiny.
It's tiny, yeah.
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 Very tiny. Spent a few weeks in the NICU, and
It's
they're all
a
home now, which is
rough
good.
time in the NICU, man.
Yeah, it sucks.
Trying to work and
Yeah.
stay
Stressful.
sane. Yeah.
Then when FMLA and all that crap just doesn't work out, it's been a
Oh, yeah.
nightmare.
Oh, that's dumb, dude.
That is dumb.
I just ended up going back to work.
Yeah.
Pointless.
You have any other kids?
Yeah, I got 3 boys. My oldest, Jackson, he's 12. And then Kaysen, he's 8. And then Cash, little Cash man, he's 2. So
Ugh.
we kind of talked about having one more. We weren't sure, but then we were kind of like happy where we were at.
How about 2 more?
Yeah, and the funny thing is twins don't run on my side of the family or hers, which is interesting. And they're fraternal. I think that's what they call them. They weren't identical.
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And then 2 girls. So it's all right.
Destiny, dude.
Yeah, not gonna
Or, alternate theory, your pullout game sucks.
50-50. I'm not sure if they're mine yet, so.
Your swimmers are just so strong that 2 of them fucking made it.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah.
They were racing to the finish line.
Yeah.
So, Timmy, you're going to tell us some ghost stories today, huh?
Yeah, I got a few.
Yeah, I've been looking at doing like a separate segment kind of thing of just like people telling their paranormal stories, whether it's, ghosts or visions or UFOs and things like that, because come to find out, everybody has these stories. And, yeah.
That's what's weird is like, you talk about paranormal, the word paranormal means something outside of normal, right?
Yeah.
But everybody seems to have like a paranormal experience. So how outside of normal is it to experience these things?
That or we're all fucking crazy.
True. Yeah.
For sure. I'm still kind of working on a title, but I'm thinking of Tales of the Paranormal and High Strangeness. What do you think?
I like that.
Yeah?
I like
I
it.
just came up with that on the way here.
I like it.
Yeah. So we just had something weird happen here, and all the time we've been down here, I've never had that happen.
Yeah, and we've spent hours and hours down here.
Yeah. Yeah.
That has never happened.
No.
No. So, just for context, the lights were all the way on bright and then just randomly went dim.
And they're still dim.
Yeah, and they're still dim. They haven't jumped back up. Creepy.
So welcome to the
High Strangeness.
High Strangeness.
Yeah.
Goes along with the, premise.
Are you guys like firm believers in
I
like
am.
ghosts and paranormal anything?
I don't have like a title I put to it.
Right.
It's just kind of a case by case basis. I'm not just like something crazy happened, it had to be a ghost, or
Right.
or it had to be a demon. It's just kind of, well, that's out of the ordinary. That's weird.
Yeah.
And I think some things you can definitely kind of point to and say, well, that was a ghost, or that was a UFO, or whatever it is. But
Right.
I can't say that I'm a skeptical or a believer.
Yeah.
It's just whatever I feel depending on the situation.
Right. And I've had quite a few experiences, but I can never definitively say if it was or was not anything paranormal.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows? There's been, some situations that something has happened, but it's also been under times of stress.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe sometimes something traumatic had happened. So is it in my mind? Am I hearing something? Am I projecting it myself? When you're in a quiet room by yourself,
Mm-hmm.
and you start to hear things, are you just making it up in your head, or is it really something there, or whatever it is? I don't know. It's hard to explain, but then, like you said, there's other times where there's no denying whatever it was you heard or saw,
Yeah.
which is interesting.
I definitely believe that the way that your brain works, your brain is naturally tuned to pick up the everyday frequencies of everyday life, depending on what you're going through at the time and the stresses you're putting on your body, and like staying up late, or like under, like if you're like taking some kind of substances, or like you can alter your brain frequency to pick up different energies that are around us all the time. We're just not naturally tuned
Right.
to pick those things up. So
Yeah.
Well, and I think there's also, like when you talk about frequency, it is kind of your own personality. Are you vibrating at that frequency that you're willing to understand or accept things out of the ordinary, or do you just have like a firm wall placed in to where you go, fucking ghosts aren't real and aliens aren't real and this isn't real? Or are you open-minded enough to receive the information of this, otherworldly entity trying to communicate with you? Or are you open-minded enough to go, hey, there's something in the sky and I can't figure out what it is, and it's not moving like anything I know? I think a lot of it comes down to the person and being able to accept that something out of the ordinary is, like you said, paranormal in nature, because it's not normal.
right.
Yeah, I agree. Also, if you think about it too, children are pretty innocent, right?
Mm-hmm.
But when they have some things that they can't explain, it's like they're so innocent. I don't think they understand the capability to be on that frequency, to be accepting it. They just are honest, like, hey, Pop, I just saw something peek around the corner. I'm not sure what it was. Okay, whatever. But then it keeps kind of happening.
Yeah.
It's kind of interesting on why, I don't know, kids are more sensitive, I
Yeah.
guess.
Well, it's also I don't know. For me, it's like I feel like it's more believable when a kid says they said or has an account of something. Yeah, kids do have vivid imaginations and are susceptible to being afraid of things they've seen on like TV or whatever.
Right.
But like case in point, so my brother had an experience. So him and his wife were sleeping one night, and he said he woke up, and there was this mist. It was like almost like a dark purple mist that was like floating above their bed. So he thought he was like kind of dreaming, and so he was like rubbing his eyes, trying to wake up, like looking at this thing, like what the fuck is that? And it's just like almost like a cloud, but it's like changing forms. And he's looking at it for a minute, and then he looks over and notices that his wife is laying there, and she's awake too, just staring at this thing. And she looks over at him, and they're both awake, looking back and forth at each other and looking at this thing. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, their like 2-year-old daughter was sleeping in between them, just pointed up in the air and said, "Monster." And then it just sucked up and was gone.
Wow.
Fuck that.
Yeah.
Well, I think in terms of kids, it's like they don't have like a sense of logic yet, or reason, or have been taught that these things aren't real or anything like that, because their minds are so like unformed,
right, that
I think just anything can get in there.
Yeah.
So it stands to reason to me that kids can see a lot more than we can, because we're cultured to, when you wake up in the middle of the night and you see a figure in your bedroom and you go, oh, that's where I hung my coat, or
right,
that's a chair or whatever, but it just happens to look like something. But we just rationalize it, and I think kids just don't have that ability yet, so they're able to see and experience more because they don't have the ability to just rationalize and say it's X, Y, or Z.
Yeah.
Right. I want to say I was listening to Joe Rogan one time, and they were talking about certain things that you're scared of, like the darkness. We're scared of the darkness because way back in the day, evolution, we were scared of it because there was monsters. So the kids going into the basement alone, we're scared there's a monster. Well, there's a reason why we had that fear, is because it was part of our genetic code, I guess, in a way, over time, just fear for human survival. So that may play a part in it at times, even as kids. But I think I've had more times where my kid genuinely, has seen something. For example, my little brother, he passed away, was it 2017? And before that point, I had so many experiences, and then since he passed, it's kind of chilled out. It's not as much as it was.
Mm-hmm.
But last night, I was holding one of the twins, and my wife was starting to rack out on the couch holding the other twin. The boys are playing in the living room, and Kason, he's my 8-year-old, he's like, "Pop, did you see that?" I wasn't paying attention. What's up, bud? And then Jackson's like, "I saw it. I think that was your brother." He always says that. And Kason, he's never really met my brother. Jackson has. And even then, he didn't have a great relationship with him, but it was still how does he know my brother? There is a picture of him on my entertainment center, but for him to be, just playing and just stopping, "Did you see that?" And Jax agrees with him, "Oh, it's okay. That's just Pop's brother. That's Robert." It's what the hell? Where did that come from?
That's
but it's
awesome.
just I don't know, interesting on little things like that. That's hard to deny.
Yeah, and especially when 2 kids saw.
Right.
It wasn't just one said he saw and told the story, then the other one just corroborated. They both saw it.
Right.
At the same time.
Yeah, it was just verification. It wasn't no debating on what it was.
God, that's
just
awesome.
Agreeing with it. And yeah, that's pretty much all that my kids have experienced. Luckily, well, other than my oldest, we let's see, I think it was maybe a week after I got home from deployment. So my wife, and Jax, they moved out to Riverton to be closer to her parents while I was gone because she was pregnant with Kaysen. And so when I came home, Kaysen was, 4.5, 5 months old at the time. And they lived in this like old cabin-looking house in Riverton. And it was pretty nice setup. They had college students running out the bottom, and my wife and kids were up top. But anyway, so it was probably the first, second week that I'm home. My mind is still kind of in a heightened state, just trying to get used to being home,
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of construction going on in the air, so the loud bangs and booms that shouldn't be there would kind of startle me. Granted, I'll never say I'm a combat vet, but it's still not...
You're still in that mindset.
Yeah, right. And so there's one evening where I'm tucking in my boy Jackson, and upstairs where our bedrooms are, the cabin it's like a loft area, so the foot of his bed is along the pitch of the roof.
Mm-hmm.
And he's told me about he calls her the White Witch, which is interesting. And at this time he was probably 5. I don't know if I've told you about the White Witch
I don't think so.
story, but he would tell me that this lady, who he calls the White Witch, would stand at the foot of his bed and would ask him to come play. And now that I'm home, he started to say, no, my pop is home, I want to spend time with him. So throughout that week, it kind of like escalated. Like, it was more frequent that he would tell me he would see this. And my other boy, Kaysen, he slept in this like wooden bassinet right outside our room, and it was right in between our room and Jackson's room. And I don't know what time it was, but I just remember hearing a loud boom, and Jackson started like screaming, and now I'm in fucking kill mode. Like, who's in the house? Come get it, And I go in there, and he's freaking out, and his bed is on maybe 4 or 5-ish feet off the ground. It's this little tent-looking bed, and his head is towards the wall, his feet are towards the pitch of the roof, and he's screaming, crying, and now Kaysen's crying. I'm like, what's up, buddy? What's going on? And he said the White Witch was here. She kept asking me to come play. And I just got the chills, but he said that she stands along with the roof. So she's kind of like tilted. And she wears a white dress. And he has never seen her face. Just long black hair, and it just droops over. And long fingers. And he said that she got mad because he didn't want to go play. He picked up the end of his bed and slammed it on the ground. That was the boom.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
And even to this day, like, he's 12 now. We can be kind of driving around in that area, and he'll always go, hey, Pop, or hey, Mom. That's where the White Witch lives. That's where the witch house is. And that gives me the chills, but it's like...
Yeah, I got the
Yeah,
chills.
same.
That's kind of like the biggest thing that my kids Jackson has ever experienced, but if that's it, then good. But that was pretty traumatic. Even nowadays, he's still terrified of that house.
Yeah.
Wow.
Terrified.
Rightly so. I mean, that's... What do you do when your kid says that? Like, especially with something like that happening, you hear the loud bang and you go in there and he's told you about this thing or person that he's seeing, and then, you hear the boom and go in there and tells you what it was, and, oh, man.
Right, and there's other times where he said that he's heard thuds or bangs, but like I said, the rooms are up top, upstairs in this loft area, and there's box elder trees and spruce trees all around, and it's so easy. It's the trees, the wind banging on the roof.
Yeah.
It's not like it's a thick roof. You can fart on top of it and you can probably hear it inside the house, but you try to justify it, but that type of boom was like it was in the house. Like, you could feel it. I could feel it in the bed. Like, what the hell?
So you think that it was something that was... so obviously you guys have moved since then, and he hasn't had anything happen?
Nothing like that.
So you think it was something attached to the house, possibly?
I don't know, really. It's probably... I don't know. It's kind of a tough one to...
You know what I was thinking when you were describing her? What you should do is... how old is he now? 12?
12, yeah.
Before you get home, you should find some historical images of the Baba Yaga.
Oh, yeah,
And
yeah.
show it to him, because that's what it sounded
The
like when
boogeyman.
you were just describing. Well, no,
It's
so the
probably
Baba
just
Yaga
gonna
is a
pull up
witch.
John Wick.
Is this who you saw? No, that's Keanu Reeves. No, the Baba Yaga was a witch and would lure children out into the woods. And when you were describing her, that's all I could think about was like those old, like hand sketched fucking drawings of what the children would describe when they saw the Baba Yaga, the ones that lived.
Yeah, I don't know. That's interesting. And I know Riverton, they got a lot of history over there. I mean, that whole area, Bluffdale,
Mm-hmm.
Camp Williams is not too far from there too, with a lot of history. But I don't know. It's weird. And my wife and I, we had one other experience in that place, and that was when we were moving out. We moved out. What was it? That December, and the kids were staying with my in-laws, and my wife and I were just kind of more or less cleaning and getting all the small shit ready to go. We ended up staying the night, and we were upstairs getting clothes and hangers and things, and we're just shooting the shit. And the way that the house works is you walk in and there's like a little mud room, nothing bigger than where we're at now. It's kind of a flimsy door, but you can open up that door and it stays wherever you put it.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was another door that was a little bit heavier, that goes into the main living room area, and then the stairs that go up top, and there's like a balcony area you can overlook the living room. And then there was a long chandelier that went from all the way to the top of the roof, all the way down, maybe, I don't know, 7-8 feet from the ground. But wife and I were shooting the shit, and then you just kind of hear, I don't know, it's like kind of like a faint scream, mumble, like it's hard to explain. But then that door slammed shut. Excuse me. And then we was like, whoa, shit, like somebody's in the house. So we go out there nonchalantly, and then there's nothing. And then you kind of hear that same scream, moan, whatever it was, but it was almost quieter.
Mm-hmm.
But then that chandelier is just swinging back and forth.
Creep
Which is
sauce.
like, what the hell? So I go downstairs, and the doors are still locked. And it's like, well, fuck you then. Like, that was only, other than the witch lady that my boy had, that was the only thing that my wife and I had in the house, and that was when we were leaving. But yeah, I don't know what the history. I know that house is pretty old. I know it was a store back in the day, like a outpost or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's pretty much all I know about that place. But
So it's old.
yeah, I'm not sure how old exactly it is. I could be wrong. It could be not as old as I think it is. But who knows?
I don't particularly subscribe to the age of a house playing a factor as much as I do what is the house made of.
Yeah.
Because I do think that certain materials are probably more conductive to like spiritual energy, some more than others.
Right.
And that's even kind of been touched in like pop culture and things like that. But yeah, I always think about like what's the house made of, you know? What's the structural foundation versus how old is it, or has anybody died in it?
Yeah. I don't know.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Stucco. You never really hear about hauntings in stucco homes.
Southern California homes made out of stucco and fucking Spanish tiles.
Yeah.
I don't know. That that is an interesting factor. Like, if things do hold a memory or whatever it was, so if it's stucco, does it not matter if a family of 12 was brutally murdered or something like that? Does it not hold any darkness, or is that just a figment of our imagination?
I don't know,
like,
man.
there's some dark shit that happened in here, so you're giving yourself the creeps? Or
Either way, dude, if I was going to buy a house and they're like, yeah, this is the room where all 12 of these kids were murdered, I'd be like, yeah, hard pass. Just for the fact of the energy, like...
Yeah. Because even if there's no, like, spiritual haunting or whatever there, it's still, you can't pass by that room and not think about, 12 people died in there.
Right.
It's going to hang over your head no matter what.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of a thing called stone tape theory?
Yeah.
Have you heard of that?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, it's basically that stone and rocks,
Particularly like quartz.
yeah, particularly quartz, and there's a couple others that are supposedly like superconductors, and they allegedly contain memory in them. So a lot of these older places, it's theorized that the reason they're haunted is actually like the stones are replaying memories of what's happened there, which is kind of a weird out there theory, but it's super interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know if we'll ever see it proven in our lifetime.
It's
if
just
it's
like
real,
you look
but-
at like Wiccan beliefs, or like, you know, these mystic people that believe that like crystals hold power,
Mhm.
crystals hold energies.
Right.
The crystals that are blessed, and you carry these crystals around you for good energy. Those crystals can also store bad energy,
Yeah.
if that's true. So if something happens like that and you have a large deposit of these materials, I don't see why they wouldn't hold that energy just like they're holding the positive energy that you're putting into it.
Right. And I'm not trying to play a little devil's advocate, but a friend and I had a good conversation the other day. Saying like how quartz or rock or whatever can hold that, because it could, how do you say it, the crystals, good energy, holding good energy, but also is bad. But as humans, we can do the same.
Mhm.
Like I'm not a very religious person, right? But like when my wife, emergency C-section, everything that went down the way it did, it was scary.
Yeah.
But I found myself praying.
Mm-hmm.
Like I almost lost 2 to 3. And it was like, God damn it, come on, let's go. And talking to my friend, he was like, he brought up the aspect of manifestation.
Mm.
Like manifesting positivity, manifesting that my girls, all 3 of them, are going to make it.
Mm-hmm.
And then also on the other aspect, if you think nothing but negative, well, she's going to die, she's going to die, she's going to die. Is that putting it out there?
Yeah.
So it's kind of interesting.
So we did, one of the episodes we did was, we were talking about demonic possession. And that was the theory that, kind of the idea that I ended with was like believing that if your mind and your body is, we're all made of energy.
Right.
If you charge that energy positively, with positive thoughts and positive output and positive vibrations, if you're going to call it that, you're going to attract, just like you're going to attract more positivity towards that energy.
Right.
If you're negatively charged, you're also going to attract more negative vibrations.
Right.
So yeah, I actually had the same thing. Like when my wife had the twins, and they were born super early. I went up to the hospital one day, and they had to resuscitate one of the twins like 5 times that day because she just wasn't doing good.
Right.
And so I was like down in the parking lot by myself and like kind of having a breakdown, like crying, and so I was down there like praying, and just got overwhelmed with just like sitting there like crying and trying to get through, praying, and then like halfway through it just like stopped, opened my eyes, and was just like, oh, they're going to be fine.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool, we can do this, they're going to be fine. And then after that, she really didn't have really major issues after that, but it was just a while, like, that certainty of they were going to be fine. I don't know if it manifested that, or I was just given that energy through just like reassurance,
Right.
because I was asking for it, like.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, and it's crazy because it can go drastic from a scenario like that to having positive affirmations that we're going to have a good day at work today. You know, and usually, you know, it is.
Well, that too is like, especially like where we work, like you can have shitty fucking days that are just like, you know, nothing's going right and you're fighting it. But like a lot of the times, if you have a positive attitude and you're surrounded by positive people, it's not bad.
No, not at all.
It's like it can be fun even.
You know, I will admit, it is kind of fun when you're eating shit for the majority of your shift, and everybody's just at that point where everything's funny.
Yeah.
And isn't it ironic that usually at that point everything starts going great for the rest of the day because everybody's like accepting that it's shit, and nothing you can do about it. And then it turns around.
Yeah. We're gonna eat shit. Everybody grab a plate.
Yeah, and I agree. It's that when you're having those days where everything's going wrong, and then when you have like a good team with it, everybody on board has just like a good mentality, and we're positive of like, yep, it's a shit sandwich, and we're all getting a bite, but let's just fucking chew it together, you know. And and then you just have that moment where everything clicks, and you go, you know what, we're gonna get through it just the same as we always do. You pull together, you maintain that positive affirmation of we're going to get it done, and then it gets done, and there's no more problems, and it's just smooth.
Yep, time to suck today's dick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not that bad once you get past
Here,
your gag
grab a
reflex,
ball.
you know?
Get ready to swallow that gravy.
Yeah.
I do think positive affirmations are, even if you use the word prayer, it is about the energy you're putting out, and when you think negatively, it's how much power are you giving to negativity versus how much power are you giving to positivity. And kind of in my own like journey in the past couple of years, where I looked into so many new aspects of life, or mysticism and things like that, where because I've just become curious about things, and me and Scott were talking about this because we were talking about angel numbers. And I was like, I'm on the fence. I don't know if that's like a real thing or whatever. And he's like, it really just depends on how much power you give it. Because if you keep seeing angel numbers and then you give it power and give it that positive affirmation, then you're giving that power to yourself through believing that that's real.
Right.
Or you're giving yourself a little bit of hope by putting positive energy into it versus just going, no, it's fucking stupid. Angel numbers are dumb.
What's angel numbers?
A series of repeating numbers. So like 3 1s or 4 1s or 3 2s or 4 2s or whatever.
Gotcha.
They all have kind of a meaning behind them in one way, shape, or form. But it's when you consistently see them, and I think I see them all the time because I'm looking for it.
Right.
Versus if you're not looking for it, you're going to see them even more.
So is it like when you buy a new car, you start seeing your new car everywhere?
Yeah, just like that.
Right.
Or like when you're thinking about somebody you haven't talked to in a while and you see their car on the road.
Right.
Shit like that. It's just how much power are you giving that?
Yeah.
Or like this old thing about if your ears are ringing, it's because somebody's thinking about you. Like how much power are you giving that?
People must think about me all the time.
I call it high blood pressure. But,
right.
But yeah, it is really just those little things, and how much power do you give it versus, I mean, in terms of how much belief do you put into it.
Yeah.
And even with the prayer thing, like the other day, the situation with Kara, where she saw like the black mass and said a prayer and said go away, and it just fucked right off.
Yeah.
And I think even if you're not religious, putting out a prayer or just having that affirmation of go the fuck away, you're putting the correct energy out there to protect yourself or to actually make it leave.
Right.
So yeah, so my wife, this is just last week. Was it last week? Yeah, last week. We were sleeping and she woke up in the middle of the night, about 3 o'clock, and both the cats were in our room. One of the cats was laying right on her stomach, and the other one was laying like kind of down by her feet. She woke up because she was choking. She couldn't breathe. And so she kind of woke up and like shook off that feeling of not being able to breathe. And realized that the cats were like kind of growling. You know how they like do that weird thing where they're like,
Right.
not like growling, but like screaming, but not screaming. Both of them were doing it, and so she thought that they were like kind of fighting over who gets to lay with her in the bed. So she sat up and looked at the cats, and both of them were looking off towards the end of the bed, like towards one of the corners of the room. And so she just looked over at the corner of the room, and it was just, the corner of the room was just dark, like completely dark. She couldn't see into it or out, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But there was a clear definition of like, she said it looked like television static around the fuzzy part of the darkness.
Oh, that's weird.
And she just got that feeling of like terror or something that was there that shouldn't be there. And so she like sat up, kind of said a prayer, told it needs to leave, and it went up the wall to the ceiling, and then kind of just went to a point and was gone.
Right.
So that was just like a week ago.
Sheesh.
Of course, I was fucking dead asleep.
Right. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird how, like, you see history of the land. They say that can play a lot of it, whether it's the rocks or whatever. I don't know if your house is made of stucco, but
It is.
you know, like, what is it that invites something into your home? You know, like, you can never have an experience for, let's say you lived here for 13, 14 years, and then all of a sudden, there's one night where something happens. It's weird.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. Merry Christmas.
You're the
Merry
best.
Christmas, I'm awake now.
All right.
I just woke up panicking. Shit,
What time is it?
I thought I worked at 10, but I don't.
Oh.
Well, that's good.
I think a lot of it is your own vibrational frequency, where you're at, where your mindset is at, things like that. I think it all plays a factor.
Yeah. Even when you're not looking for it, I guess, like you said with the number thing.
Well, I think
Yeah.
that also things, energies or entities, kind of like, especially if you've seen something, they probably recognize that they've been seen and might be attracted to that like possibility of, oh, this person has the ability to see me. I'm going to try to make myself known.
Right.
You know. That's what a lot of people, you know, believe, that people that are afflicted or followed by like demons or stuff like that is because they've had these things at a certain point, and so these energies kind of follow them because they're given energy towards that thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like if they get scared by it, you know, you're feeding that thing energy.
That makes sense. So, you know I'm adopted, right? So I've been in contact with my biological family for, I don't know, 6 years now. And what was it? A few years ago, my grandma passed. And right before she passed, my biological mom and I, we went out there, and it was one of like the first few times that we had all been together since everything had happened. And I can't remember how the conversation came to be, but we were talking about like little ghost stories, and my grandma said, you know, what's funny is it goes back generations in our family on her side. She said that her grandma was sensitive, her mom was sensitive, and it just goes back. She said that my mom was really sensitive when she was younger, and then just kind of phased out of it. And then she said I was probably one of the most sensitive people that she's seen to that. Like, I'd always be seeing something. And then I never really kind of grew out of it. Maybe at times I just ignore it now. Maybe just because it's normal as seeing a car pass by me, that I'm just, yeah, whatever, fuck you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I don't know. I thought that was pretty interesting. You know, like how you were kind of saying, but
Well, I think that it definitely, like I said, some people's brain frequencies are just tuned a little bit different to where they can pick up those, you know, It's like we're like radio waves and light waves and stuff like that. Our brains are tuned to a frequency that can pick those things up. But if you're tuned just a little bit outside of that, or a broader spectrum of light and sound scales, you could probably detect things that, you know.
Well, shit, tune me into the next lottery ticket numbers. How do we get in tune with that?
That's what's funny about like remote viewers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I guess they're not looking to the future. They're just looking at, I don't know.
Well, I think there's something to be said for remote viewing in and of itself. Just the ability to kind of spirit walk,
Mm-hmm.
like essentially leave your vessel to go wherever is probably, I would say, if we're presuming this is a totally real thing and people can absolutely do it, your ability to disconnect from your body is going to definitely invite more of that energy or entities on the outside,
Right.
which made a great premise for the movie Insidious.
Right.
Yeah.
That movie's weird,
I love that movie.
but it makes sense.
Yeah, I thought it was a great movie until it showed him up in there like sewing and shit.
Filing his nails.
Oh, that's what he's doing.
Yeah.
Filing his nails.
I think the song is just great too.
Yeah.
Perfect song for that movie.
Yeah.
You guys ever had like a dream kind of come true, or parts of it?
Absolutely.
Kind of would remind me of. It's,
I think so. Not in good ways, though.
yeah.
Well, and some of them are good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember when I was a kid, when I was still with my mom, we lived in California at the time, and we were going to the beach. We were with my grandma. I remember this, and I remember seeing a street sign that said Foster Road. I had no idea what the hell a foster kid is, at the time. But I don't know, that word just stuck with me, and I kept asking my mom, what does foster mean? What does foster mean? She's like, well, it's a place where kids go when mom or dads can't really care for them anymore. And I asked, am I going to be in foster one day? She said no. And it was just like, I don't know why I remember that little blip memory so vividly for whatever reason. But it was just weird that, years later I ended up in foster care. I mean, it wasn't a dream, but it was just
A premonition.
it was weird.
Of types.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only ones that I can remember for sure are like you ever had a dream when you're like trying to find a bathroom because you gotta take a piss and then fucking you finally find it and then you wake up and you're fucking pissing on yourself.
Yeah, Lee. Yeah, I've only had a couple dreams that were pretty fucked. I mean, one of them was, was kind of cool. But, like, there's one, this is probably the first time I had ever been with my mom and my grandma since everything had happened. And I had a dream that there's this is like a small white house on this like farm, big piece of land. And so I go into this house and there's this little girl, she's crying. And then she's like, I look down and there's, 12 people laying on the ground. And then all of a sudden this guy comes in and just starts shooting up the place. It was weird. So like I saw these people get shot, but then I couldn't make sense in my head because they were already on the ground. They were already, to me it looked like they were dead. But now these guys came in, were shooting. It's like I'm seeing people drop. I'm seeing this little girl, I'm assuming is her mom, go to her mom and holding her crying. And like I just instinctively like jumped over her. And she like kept telling me to like leave her alone. I was like, we need to go. This isn't okay. This is fucked. Right? And that was like kind of pretty much the dream. And I was telling my mom about it. And I want to look it up because I've never verified it, but I want to look it up. And my mom told my grandma, and she was like, well, there's a town. So they live in Holbrook, just outside of Malad, a little town. But there's some little town around them that's not too far off where I guess it was however long ago it was a known drug house. Well, some people didn't pay up or whatever the situation was, and this guy came in and started shooting everybody, and there was probably 8-9 people that died, and it was the one girl who survived, the daughter. She was probably like 5, I think my mom said at the time.
Wow.
So that's like weird.
So what if in her eyes you're a ghost?
Yeah, like some interstellar shit.
Yeah.
I don't know. That was the only time I've ever had a dream like that. And then telling like my mom, and she's like, "Well, this kind of did happen."
So is that like legit the only dream you've had about something that was real, or have you ever been like plagued by nightmares or anything like that too?
I would say maybe on that aspect, yeah. Like, I had a dream, and this was probably days before, but I had a dream. It didn't go down the way it happened in my dream, but like the night I was taken away from my mom. Like, I knew what was happening, but I didn't. I know, like, I can see my mom, but it wasn't my mom, but I knew it was my mom. I don't know. Like, I knew the people there, but I didn't know them. I knew what was going on, but I didn't understand.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just kind of like a weird thing. And then when it was actually happening, I would just get like almost kind of like deja vu of like my dream or whatever. And it just like blips. Oh, okay, this is what's gonna happen. And then I would see it. And it was interesting, but as far as like coming true like that, that's probably it. But that one was kind of like a little premonition thing as well. I mean, that's kind of different than, you know, the white barn and those people getting whacked. But I don't know.
Have you ever, just talking about like dreams and sleeping and stuff like that, have you ever had any kind of like sleep paralysis episodes?
One time.
Yeah.
One time.
Regale us.
Well, so let me just try to think. So it was by wherever that Walmart is by Hexel, the one off 62.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
There's a neighborhood just east of that. We lived in a duplex. I think we were there for about 2 years. And that place is like, looking back on it now, it's like a magnet. Like, my wife and I to this day will still just sometimes drive by that place.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the only place where I had something happen, and it is the only place where I genuinely felt fear and nothing but pure hatred and anger. But so the story of the paralysis was laying in bed, we're sleeping, and I can hear people talking, like multiple people. And I kept a bat by the bed just for when we were working nights, because before we got the place, we were told that some people had tried to break in, you know, just some druggies in the area or whatever it was, being dickbags.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm hearing multiple voices, and I wake up and I see maybe 4 or 5 people in the corner. And I try to justify what I'm seeing in my head. Like, I know that our vacuum cleaner was over there, and I hung my jacket on that. Is that what I'm seeing?
Mm.
But then I'm seeing, like, they're huddled together in the corner, and they're, I don't know, maybe 6'5". You know, they're wearing like this, what looks like a trench coat. Just saw the black, like a top hat looking thing. Weird, but there's like 4 of them huddled together, and they're like talking. And so I get up and I'm pissed, like, you're in my house. So I'm like yelling, like, hey, what are you doing? And just one of them turns back and like looks at me, and now I'm like laying flat on my back on the bed, and like my eyes open. So I'm like, holy shit. So it almost felt like I just woke up. I'm like, oh my god, that was a dream. And then I open my eyes. Now this fucker is like above me. I mean, inches away from my face. Now I'm getting angrier, and I'm trying to get up. And as I'm trying to get up, I feel like it's the first time I've ever felt anything physical. like grab my chest and just like shove me down into the bed. And now it feels like there's an elephant sitting on my chest. I can't breathe. And I'm fighting like hell. And then I'm like, I don't know. It was just like, it was so crazy. It's hard to explain. And I just remember like saying like you're not welcome here, just eating, kind of like a prayer, I guess. And then it was gone. And then I just like went back to sleep, like nothing had happened. I don't know, it was weird. And then like the next morning, like I just kept thinking about it and thinking about it. And then I was telling my wife about it, and as I'm telling her about the shape of this figure, she's like, well, it's the same shape of the guy that we see almost every fucking night. And the way that the duplex is laid out is it's a split entry, so you walk in, it goes downstairs, you turn left, and there's Jackson's room, and he's, I don't know, maybe two months old-ish, maybe a little bit more, a little less old at the time. That was his room, and you go straight, and there was a door that went into the restroom, and another door for our bedroom. So we had our main bedroom door, and then 2 doors for the bathroom. And sometimes we leave all of them open, or just the one closed, so we can hear Jackson if he woke up in the night. But like I said earlier, somebody tried to break into the house, so the back door was all jinkety. Like you kind of had to lift it up and slam it shut. So we didn't really use that door too often, and that deck probably sat maybe 10-15 feet up high. You had to walk up the stairs for it. And we would see it usually started in that bathroom. And sometimes my wife would see it, sometimes I would see it, or both of us. We'd be standing there, and then it would walk from the bathroom into the hallway, and then you would see it in our door, and then you would hear the steps, go up the stairs. The kitchen was right above us. You would hear the steps, then you'd hear that door open and slam shut. And there was one time my wife's like, babe, go check it out. I'm like, oh, fuck you, you go check it out. I ain't going up there.
Part of a line.
Yeah.
Shoot for it.
Yeah, I was like, you got it, babe. But yeah, I go up there, and every single time that door is still locked. Every single time. And the story behind that house, neighbors I've talked to, and they have all said that there's been long periods of time where that place is vacant. And the people who lived in the other part of the duplex, like it was like a house split down the middle, they had been there, they owned it, so they lived there for like 25 years or so when we were there. Great people, but they were saying that the tenants before, the guy was finishing up something in law school or whatever, was getting ready to do a big deal, part of a law firm, and that was just a temporary place. And he had 2 kids from a previous relationship, and he lived there with his fiance. So the fiance would watch the kids, and our neighbors were saying that in the summertime, the lady, she would go tie the kids out by the tree, tie them up on the tree, like with a rope and shit or whatever it was. And there was like a shitty cherry tree. I think it was like an apple tree on the other side. But those trees like never bore fruit. Like it would rot before it would come ripe. But anyway, I guess child services was called, being tied up.
Yeah.
And I don't know how much truth is behind it, but I was told that when they came in to kind of investigate what was going on, she had painted a lot of the walls black, and then was doing satanic markings on a lot of the walls. She had like the salt circles doing satanic rituals. She had killed multiple small animals, had the bones set out in a certain way, and then she would talk about working her way up to a bigger sacrifice, but nobody really knew what it meant until all this came out, and they were thinking, well, shit, maybe it was the kids. Who knows? Weird. That place is like weird, like neighbor kids saying that they would see a little girl figure standing in the window, lights being turned on and off. There's countless times where I'd come home from work and my wife would be at dinner with her parents or whatever, and bathroom sinks would be on, the lights would be on. There'd be times where the stove would be turned on. It was just a weird place that we were always drawn to, but as the only place where I've genuinely felt fear. The first one experience that I had in that place, I don't know why, but sometimes telling this story, like, for whatever reason, makes me not emotional.
Anxious.
It's weird, but let's see. I think it was after our 4 night shifts, and I believe it was Wednesday or whatever it was that we had to go take Jax to his doctor appointment. And that evening before, my wife went downstairs to feed Jackson, put him to bed. We were watching a movie or whatever it was, and she was going to come back up. I was tired. She was tired. She ended up racking out downstairs. I racked out upstairs. And next morning she comes up and wakes me up. She said, "Hey, babe, you got to wake up. Let's get ready so we can go to the appointment." All right, cool. And I said, split entry, and then you walk up the stairs, the railing, and that's where the couch was. And it was maybe a little bit longer than this couch. And my feet were towards, like, the entrance of the stairs. And I was just like, fuck, okay, I gotta wake up. Time to get up. And I remember sitting up, and I'm rubbing my eyes, and the sun is kind of coming through the shades. And then I see this figure sitting on the couch. But he's sitting on the backrest. And I'm like studying, like, am I really fucking seeing this? What the hell? But I can't move. I can move on the couch, but it's like I couldn't, like, stand up. But I didn't want to stand up. Weird. But he had no face, and it was a skinny black figure, solid figure, no face. Long arms, lurpy, long fingers. And his leg was on the armrest. And I just remember, like, looking at him, and I just, for whatever reason, I started to get scared. And excuse me, he puts his hand on the armrest, and he kind of, like, leans forward, and then he turns and looks at me, and I'm shitting my pants at this point. You know, like, what the hell? It's like he didn't acknowledge that I was there. He was just, like, sitting there. And then as I'm kind of, like, moving, I didn't say anything. That's what he does. It's like he just, oh, he's here, you know, looks at me. And then my wife starts coming up the stairs, and then it's gone. So I'm like, oh, fuck, like, what the hell was that? She sits down right where it's at. I'm thinking, like, maybe I was just in and out because I knew I kept falling back asleep. And she looked at me. She's like, "You all right?" I was like, "Yeah, I'm good." She's like, "Babe, I've known you for a long time. You're pale white. You look like you just seen a ghost." You know? So I was like, "I'm good." She's like, "No, what is it?" So I tell her, and she's like, "You fucking asshole. Like, you let me sit here, you know?" And so anyways, she was like, "Hey, I'm going to feed Jackson. We'll finish getting ready. We'll head out. Like, 10 minutes. Cool." And so she kept, like, rubbing her back, and she's like, "I got an itch in my back. Can you get it real quick?" I'm like, "Sure." So I kind of pull up her shirt, and I see a scratch in the middle of her back. You know, like, you scratch real good, it turns white, welts up, and goes red.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it just stayed white. And the crazy part is, to this day, it's still a scar in the middle of her back.
What the fuck?
Yeah. And so I'm feeling the back of the couch, like, oh shit, maybe there's something poking out, like maybe one of the threads or something, I don't know. Like, nothing. And then I think it was like her lower right side, if I remember right. It was like a perfect sideways cross. Like, perfect. And, excuse me. So, like, I was taking pictures of it and showing it to my wife. She's like, that's weird.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, it just kept bugging me. What's going on, you know? And sitting in the doctor's office, and the sideways cross was just on my mind. So I just hopped on the interwebs and looked it up, and there's a bunch of different things, but the most common thing that I saw was it was coming up in a fashion trend. A lot of celebrities, female celebrities, wear a sideways cross. But then as Christians, they despise it because it means that something is stuck between realms like heaven and hell.
Mm.
Whatever it truly means, I don't know. But it's interesting. And then that next night, laying in bed, I had, going into day shifts Friday, so it's Thursday evening, and I wake up because it's like somebody had turned on and off the light real fast, and it wakes me up. Like my wife and I, we were kind of heavier sleepers, and then once my son was born, and a fly could fart, and we're both up.
Mm-hmm.
And I wake up and I'm seeing spots like somebody had just turned on the light. I'm like, holy shit! So I kind of sit up in bed, and my eyes have to readjust to the dark. But when they do, there's like, I don't know, the best way to describe it is like a bubble, orb-looking fucking thing at the foot of our bed. And it comes up and it goes over, starts coming over my wife and my son. It's probably maybe knee-high to her. And I'm trying to wake my wife up. I'm like, babe, wake up, wake up. And now I'm on top of her, shaking her, wake up, fuck up, and I'm scared of this orb. And I don't understand why I'm scared, but I am. She won't budge. She won't wake up, nothing. And then it comes up over the both of them. And now I can't, move. I'm not paralyzed. Maybe I'm paralyzed of fear, but, I don't want to move. Like, there's a bee and you're trying to hold still. I don't know. And it just goes up and it goes out the window. It was super weird. Then I believe Friday evening I came home and my wife, she said she was on Discovery Channel just watching random shit. And there's some show that came on, I can't remember the name of it, but it was some paranormal show where they investigate this house or this home and they'll draw sketches and shit or whatever after and see if it, they have this psychic medium that comes in, see if it is anything like what they saw. And this one lady, she's like, you gotta watch this, this is crazy. This one lady describes it, they do the sketch, and it's the same exact fucking figure that I had saw 2 nights prior, or days prior.
Mm.
And they say it's a strong entity, and it's scary because it likes to try to attach itself to infants, to toddlers.
Mm.
I have a 2-month-old.
Yeah.
So it's just like, what the hell is going on? And it wasn't until that summer when I learned about the whole satanic ritual shit that was going on in that house, but that house was fucked.
Yeah.
That place was, I don't know. It's hard to explain the energy of that house and why it's like a magnet. My wife and I, we've even looked into buying it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I've seen a lot of different kind of paranormal shows where they have people that talk about their experiences in certain places, and after they move out, they're still drawn to these places. I mean, it's kind of a common thing that a lot of people experience, that they want to. I think it's just because of that like we were talking about, that energy, you're connecting to something other than something that you're used to, so what is it, and you're drawn to that feeling of discovery or feeling of
right.
something else. You know?
But I've never really ever looked for it.
Mm.
It's just, there's no need to.
Doesn't sound like you have to.
Yeah.
No, I mean,
chumps like us going to the Benson Grist Mill.
and even some of my wife's family and their family friends and their ward and stuff have told me there's something attached to you. I don't know what it is. My mom has said the same thing. she's like, I don't know if it's good, I don't know if it's bad, but you need to figure it out. I'm like, well, fuck's sake, so life is good. You know, I don't know.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, that explains the lights.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It didn't
it
happen
could be.
until you were here.
Yeah, and for years, especially my wife's aunt. So my wife's uncle's from Colombia, and he's got some insane stories. Like, he grew up in like the Escobar days. Like, his stories are pretty cool, you know. But he came from a wealthier family, and they had a maid and stuff. And I can't remember what happened, but he said that the maid fucked up something. She was fired, and then she came back that night. And if I remember the story correctly, him and his brother were trying to sleep, and they hear like this chanting. And they look out their window, and it's the maid chanting over the house. And then for, I don't know how long, like a month or something like that, there would be a certain wall in their house that would be covered in like fleas, like insects. So they would have, you know, like exterminators come in, and then the next day that wall would be covered again. Like, he just crazy. And he has some stories in his house that they live in now, but like, he has said the same thing. My wife's aunt said the same thing. Like, we can feel something is attached to you. But her aunt is the only one who's ever said it's something negative. But I don't know where I would have caught a negative.
Picked up a little negative traveler.
Yeah, a
with
little negative STD or something.
I think you need to get hooked up with the family of that girl Colby was dating.
Oh, yeah.
Because we did an episode last week where Colby was talking about he had these two like entities attached to him. One of them was an older male, the other one was like a young girl. And he had told his girlfriend about it, who told her family, and they were kind of like, I think he said they were Mexican.
Yeah.
But they were, the grandma of the family, like, performed this ritual on him and pulled those entities out of him and basically, like, harnessed them in these eggs. And then he cracked the eggs into a glass of water, and you could see the faces of the two.
What the shit?
Crazy shit.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Well, like, I've never... never mind. I was going to say, I never really put myself in a place to get a negative entity, but then again, like, telling that story about Jackson with the witch, you know, he was never, ever put in a place to have a negative attachment. I don't think it's attached, but why would he have that experience? And, like, I've had experiences when I was little that I remember. So was I just open enough to where it kind of attached and just maybe grew as I grew?
Yeah. Well, maybe it's like the movie Sixth Sense, where, you know, certain people just have that ability to sense other things, and if there are other energies around us in these, you know, planes that we don't necessarily pick up on all the time, if they see somebody that is attuned to that, you know, capable of seeing them, you know, they might be drawn to that.
Right.
And you know, they notice you noticing them, and so they kind of stick around because they like that attention, or they like, I don't know.
Right.
Well, I also tend to think that people who have more paranormal experiences oftentimes have had like at least one big traumatic event in their life, because, and this is just my own theory, it's like when you go through a big traumatic event in your life, especially when you're younger, it kind of like leaves a fissure in your psyche, in your personality.
Yeah.
And it's like just enough for something to get in there and just get its hooks in, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
And I was thinking about that on the drive over here. Was my early childhood was pretty fucked. So there's a lot of trauma there. Military, some there, but, you know, you kind of think of it on a military aspect of PTSD. on a different level, which is also interesting, and which is also why I think in those traumatic times am I playing tricks on myself?
Yeah.
But then why would I be playing these types of tricks? What
Yeah.
was it? Like, why? What inkling did I have to play this type of trick on myself?
Mhm.
I don't know. It's weird, and maybe it's because before the traumatic events that had happened, I had paranormal shit happen.
Mm-hmm.
I told you about the puppets, right?
I don't know.
I think you may have taken your samples. We were talking about it during DOF one time.
Oh.
But this one, like, I could never make sense in my head. I've asked my mom about it, and she would always tell me that I'll tell you when you're older and you can understand. Even now, when I ask her, she's like, I'll tell you later. I don't know why, but every summer, for the most part, I would go spend with my grandma in California. Sometimes I would just kind of be left out there, and I would start going to school out there. Sometimes my mom would come pick me up, and we're back here to Utah, and then back out there. We never stayed in one place for too long.
Mm-hmm.
But I was living with my grandma. Every week, 2 weeks, I would call my mom, and then I heard that she was coming to California. And my grandma, she was kind of redoing my room, which was sat just off the kitchen. And so I just had like this thick foam pad that I was sleeping on at that time. And my mom showed up, and I was so fucking excited to see her that when she was tired from her drive, so she said she was going to rack out. And it was pretty early, but I was so excited to see her, I went to bed with her.
Mm-hmm.
And she woke me up. I don't know what time it was. It was dark for sure. She woke me up. She's like, "Hey, I'm good with you playing with your friends, but can you ask them to be quiet, please?" I'm like, "Mom, I've been right here next to you the whole time. I haven't moved." So we fall back asleep, wake up, and I'm facing my mom, and she's propped up on her elbow, and she's like looking over me, and she's like just frozen, and she looks pale white. So I'm like, Mom, kind of grabbing her shoulder. Excuse me, and I'm trying to get her attention, and there's nothing. So I turn around me, and then it looks like two puppets. They're not touching the floor, and they look old, like worn,
Mm-hmm.
and they're wearing like dress clothing, maybe 2 feet high, tall, or whatever. They weren't touching the ground, and it wasn't like they were like floating up and down. They were just there. And I remember my mom just pulling me in to her, and she said, "It's okay, son." And I remember crying. Of just, I don't know why. I just started crying. So I asked her the next morning, and she's like, "We're not going to talk about it right now, but when you're older, I'll tell you." I never understood that. Fuck you. Even to this day, I've asked her a few times, and
So this is your biological mom?
yeah. Maybe I'll get her drunk one time and she'll spill the beans.
So I kind of wonder if it's just like a hereditary thing. That, you guys just have
Yeah.
that gene of...
It could be. Like I said, like my grandma said, it goes generations.
Yeah.
But most of the kids, it phases out. Some of them, it's not completely gone, but they have more experiences than the average people. Some of them a whole lot more, but it's just interesting. Like, there's times where we'd wake up, my mom would wake me up in the middle of the night, and she's like, "We gotta go." I don't know why, but we do, so fuck it. We'd sleep in our car. It was just, we never stayed in one place for too long, but there was one time, well, multiple times, where we slept in the cemetery, and it was in Ogden.
Which is notoriously haunted.
Is it?
The Ogden Cemetery?
Really?
Yeah.
Well, all right. Just side note, my wife has never had anything fucking happen, ever, until me. I'll have to ask her, but I want to say one of her first experiences ever is at that cemetery. So there was times, like, even when we were in a stable living situation, like her friends and, you know, kids around my age, around Halloween or just randomly on a summer night, we'd go walk around the Ogden Cemetery, and, you know, they would always tell these scary stories, and there's a statue there. And the legend that I heard behind it is if you walk around him 3 times, he'll come off that big fucking altar that he's on, and he'll judge you.
Mm-hmm.
And if he likes you and, you know, judges you good, you're good. If not, he kills you and he goes and buries you. So back then, I know this now, but there was construction of new homes at the back of the cemetery. So you got the dirt mounds and shit, and that's what I was told. You fuck up, we bring you here.
Mm-hmm.
That's where they're buried. Terrified me. And I always had a fascination with it. I wanted to do it. My mom would never let me. So my wife and I, we were looking, at this time we were looking for my mom. And so figured, well, let's go back there. This is the last memory I have of her was around this area. And we happened to drive by the Ogden Cemetery. I'm like, oh no fucking way. So I take my wife in there. This is, I don't know, 2, 3 in the afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
And we find that statue, and I'm telling my wife about it. Now it's pretty nice. Like, it's nice grass around it, maybe 2-3 foot garden with a little mini fence around it. Very nice. You know, clean it up real nice. So I told my wife, I was like, babe, let's do it. She's like, no, I'm not doing it. No. So I'm like, come on, you know. I get her to walk around like twice. I finish my 3rd lap, and I'm like, come on. She finally finishes her 3rd lap, and we're standing in front of it, and she's like, see, like, I don't want to do this, nothing's happening. And I kind of like push her, just meant to push her like to be closer, and she kind of like stepped on the garden, and she was like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. And then I remember looking at her, and she's looking up at the face, and I'm looking at the face, and it almost looks like water or rust coming out of its eyes, like it was crying. But then it went from like that clear to a rusty color to like red, almost looked like blood.
Mm-hmm.
But consistency of water, like fast, you know.
Yeah.
And then it was just like, I don't know, everything was quiet. And then all of a sudden, like, I can hear a family, you know, they're laughing and joking, they're visiting a gravesite. I don't know how far away they were, but, and then we look over there, acknowledge, you know, people over there, and we look back, and like, it's dry again, like nothing had happened. And my wife was just quiet. I'm like, you saw that, right? She's like, yeah, let's go. It was just like, there wasn't no debate, you know, she saw it. That was her, like, her first experience, and it was just weird. And I did have like a kind of a dream about it. It was like super brief. And I should ask my wife if she had a dream.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, it was like, you're okay. You know, like, everything shitty that I went through before, like, it's all good. Like, you did it. Move on, kind of thing, you know. But I'm a type of person where I have to have, like, closure.
Yeah.
You know, but it's kind of an interesting thing. And now it's kind of funny that you guys say that. It's notoriously...
Mm-hmm. So I wonder
No.
if that dream is the statue giving you your judgment.
It could be, yeah. Yeah, and kind of going back to where I was going with it in the first place was one night my mom woke me up. It was one of those times, we gotta go. Pack your couple of your favorite toys and we're on our way. So we hop in the car, we go to the cemetery, and she says, I've always wanted to try this. I can't remember exactly where it was at, but at the time it was kind of towards the back. And she said that there was a headstone, and there's this little girl, and they say that if you shine your headlights on this headstone at a certain time of night, she'll come out and play with you. So we park there, headlights on the headstone. We end up falling asleep. I wake up and my mom is looking at me, like just bright-eyed, weird. It was like she was high or something. It was weird. So I'm like, what is it, Mom? So I turn around and there's this little girl by my window. And it was like, I don't know, like I can see her color, but then I couldn't. Like it was almost like visually, like, you know when you stand up too fast?
Yeah.
You know, just that feeling. It's kind of what it felt like. And like my vision was just woo, woo. It was weird. But then I watch her like walk. She goes in front of the headlights, and I remember seeing her walk in front of the headlights, and the light like disappeared behind her as it would as you and I walked in front of it. And then she walked over, you know, kind of like to the driver's side of my mom, and then went back to her headstone, and like knelt down, and was just gone.
Wow.
Like it almost looked like she dropped something behind the headstone. Like I could kind of see her like rear end, you know, kind of sticking up, and then gone. And my mom was like, "Well, there's that." We started up the car and left. Yeah,
How old were you at that time?
no, hell. Maybe anywhere between 5 and 7.
I gotta take my kids out to do more paranormal shit, dude.
Girls, go out there and play with that ghost.
Yeah. That place is weird. There's another place. Golly, now you got me going. Lived in Ogden. I went to D Elementary at the time, and it was like an apartment complex, but not. It was like a big fuck all house with rooms in it, like a hotel ish, you know. And we had lived there briefly before, and it wasn't that long. Like we were kind of in and out of that place for a time, and then we lived there for a longer period. And I would always hear stories that place was built over a cemetery where they mainly buried babies. Probably just one of those stories just to scare the shit out of you. And then on the, let's see, it would have been the south side of it, there's a long alleyway connects to the street behind us. And off to like the left, well, there's a house across the street, and like one little shitty house that usually nobody was there. And then like this ballet dance center. A lot of times there's a lot of people there. There's something going on, and we, you know, just kids being kids, be playing in the street. And this little Mexican kid, oh man, he was such a funny kid. I can't remember his name. We were playing baseball, and I had hit the ball and it went into the alleyway. Just crap hit, shot right over there. He's like, "Don't worry, I'll get it." The lights are starting to go down, and the light is starting to go down. So he's running, and he just stops, and he's like, "I can't go." So I'm like, "What's going on?" So I run over there with him. And he's like, "I can't go down there. My mom said when I see this, I have to say this prayer. We have to turn our backs. Say the prayer, you do it 3 times. Then it's gone." I'm like, "Dude, what the fuck? I don't see anything." He's like, "It's right there." So I'm like, looking, I don't see anything. So I turn around with him, and he's saying his prayers in Spanish, whatever it was. And then he's like, "Okay, now we have to turn and face it." And now I fucking see it. And it was maybe, I got chills like a motherfucker, but it was tall, like maybe 3 feet tall, and it looked like a fucked up tree stump, like, I don't know, maybe 2-3 feet around. It looked like one branch or whatever, and it just kind of like hunched over, and like a flat top, and then you could just see like faint. It was in and out, but like it looked like eyes, like red eyes, but they'd go in and out between like yellow and red. So he said, "Okay, we got to turn around." He said the prayer again. He said, "Okay, we have to face it." Now the fucking thing's closer, and I'm starting to get scared. He said, it's okay, and he grabbed my hand. He said it again. We turned around, and it's gone. And he just like sighed, like, "Oh, okay, I think we're good." So we turn around to go back to the street. And we're probably maybe 10-15 yards into this alleyway. not that far into it. So we get back to the street, and all the kids are like, I don't know, there's probably like 10 of them, almost standing in a circle like we were fighting or something, you know, like just looking at us. They didn't say anything. They were just looking at us. And then there's one kid that says, look. And on where that little dance studio was, sat at an intersection, a T intersection is on the corner, and they had the garbage cans, like for garbage day, lined up. There's a fuck ton of them. And he's like, look. And so we look over, and I only catch it at my peripheral, but there was something that had ran across the top of it. And I didn't see anything jump, that's where I saw it. It was running across. And that kid, that Hispanic kid, was like, it's back. I think it's time we should go. And then you just see it go across the cars, and it's setting off alarms. It's like, what the shit? And there was 12 of us kids, well, ish. And when they're all terrified and we all see the same thing, I don't know if they saw what we saw in the alleyway, but they saw that. And I'll tell you right now, it wasn't a fucking cat. You know, like, it was like, holy shit. And I didn't really feel scared. You know, more of like, I don't know, every time I've had an experience like that, I've always felt like anger, hatred, but not towards anybody, but towards that thing. Like, I want to beat your ass. But for some reason, and even that young, I knew that I can't. But that was my thought. Like, I just, even at a young age, I never had that fear. There are some times where, like, you're kind of sketched out a little bit, of course, but nothing like that house I was telling you about with that big black figure. But, and that, everybody in that little apartment complex thingy that we were living in had something happen to them. Like, it was just common. Like, usually, I remember coming home after school, and a lot of people would leave the doors open. You know, you smell people cooking and stuff. And, you know, one lady was like, oh, they're back again. And I, you know, as kids, we know what it meant, you know, a ghost or whatever.
Yeah.
And for where our apartment, it was very common where things would be thrown all the time. And there would be times where my mom would have to be in the bathroom with me to take a bath because the hot water would turn all the way on, the cold water would turn off, and it didn't matter how hard I tried, you could not turn that cold water on. So she had a big fuck all pipe wrench for the cold water when it did that. And she always told me it was the pipes, but no. You know, like, things on top of the fridge. Like, I had this RC car, had my schoolwork. This was like Christmas break. We were sitting there and we were watching Simpsons. I remember that. I remember what we had for dinner. We had steak and potatoes. And we're sitting there watching The Simpsons. And my mom said, oh, huh? So I turned to look at her just as the RC car and like all my schoolwork up until that point, it just flies off the top of the fridge, just across the kitchen into the living room. So it's just, oh, god damn it. We go and pick it up. It was just like a common thing.
Wow.
That's crazy.
It's almost like you have paranormal STDs.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Except
Paranormal.
penicillin doesn't work.
Yeah.
Have you ever had anything move?
I've seen some things move. For the most part, like, my experiences have been more like a few times since I've moved into my parents' house, like something gets on my bed with me, and because I have this big foam topper underneath my sheets, and it's like you could see it depress, like you could poke at it,
Right.
and it'll depress because it's two of the foam tops. There's been a few times where, like, I could feel it getting in, and I look over of where it's at, and I could see a depression in the bed.
Yeah.
And there's been a couple other times where the dogs are really on edge. Like, I remember I had my earbuds in, and I was, like, folding laundry, listening to whatever, and I could hear the dogs barking over my earbuds, so I take them out, and my bedroom's at the end of the hall, and so I look down the end of the hall, and I could see the dogs. They're just standing at like the cross path from the stairs to the kitchen and then the living room to the hallway, like right in that section, and they're both looking up as though there's somebody standing right there, and they're standing opposite of each other, so they're both like standing this way looking up. And I remember I just was not in a good mood that day, and I was like, dude, I don't want to deal with this shit today. And then both the dogs just like looked down and went around their business. So I think there's something to be said for when you say you experience these things and then you feel like this overwhelming sense of just anger and hatred. I think that's just like your defense kicking in to say,
right.
You're putting up this wall to be like, this is my protection.
Yeah.
And even having that sensibility to go, I'm angry, I'm not in the fucking mood, go away, where you still have that ability to like make it fuck off.
Right.
Because of you're putting out a much higher frequency now because you're pissed off.
Right.
I actually had something like that with the bed a couple months ago. I was laying there after a night shift. The kids were at school and Kara was at work. Maybe like 10 in the morning, and I was laying there in bed, like almost falling asleep. And it felt like I thought it was one of the cats that jumped up on the bed and came and like laid down kind of next to me, but you can feel, when the cat is walking on the bed. So I reached over to like kind of just pet the cat, and there was no cat, and so I like sat up and looked. Nothing there. And I was like, well, fuck that. Turned on the TV. Kind of laid there for a minute and...
Joke's on you, it was me. You rolled over.
Wanted to scratch the cat and fucking felt Dave's beard.
Yeah.
Yeah, you rolled over and I was like, you want to do a podcast?
I'm down.
You smell different when you're asleep. I don't think I've ever felt anything on the bed. Like feeling something sit or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely have felt a few things. First time anything like genuinely physical was that one house.
Yeah.
The satanic house. That was about it.
So speaking of which, I wanted to go back to that. How much do you know about sleep paralysis?
I don't know jack shit about it, to be honest.
So what I find the most intense about your story when you were experiencing this paralysis and you woke up and you saw those people standing in a corner and you say they were wearing hats,
Yeah.
like big top hats. That's very common across the world for people who suffer from sleep paralysis to see a shadowy figure wearing a hat.
Uh-huh.
Even, do you know Sissy at
Trista.
work? Trista.
I don't know. Maybe I do.
T's girlfriend?
Oh.
Oh.
Maybe by face, I don't know.
Yeah, so she has sleep paralysis and she's seen it. In fact, that was like the very first episode of this podcast was on that subject where she talked about her experiences. But even in preparing to do that episode, like watching YouTube, listening to podcasts, things like that, there's 4 or 5 different figures that are seen all over the world by people who live in fucking villages in Asian countries experiencing these things. They see that same thing.
I've seen the hag before.
The hag? Yeah.
What the fuck's the hag?
Pretty much like a witch. And so, like, I've had a few things with sleep paralysis, waking up and I can't breathe and can't move and can't talk.
Huh.
One time there was like I can only describe it as like a typical witch.
Uh-huh.
With like gray skin, and she was sitting on my chest just laughing.
Yeah.
Not today, Satan. Fuck
Yeah.
that.
Another time, and I chalked this one up to sleep paralysis, but in my mind I wasn't asleep. Like, it was before I even fell asleep, but that time in between when you fall asleep and when you're like
Limerence.
actually asleep, is so, the line is so blurred. But I was laying down, and so we had at our house there was this room that was a really weird room. When we moved in, there was like a mural of Goldilocks and the Three Bears, like painted across the whole room was painted like a forest, and then there was Goldilocks and then Three Bears kind of in different places, and then a little cabin and shit. So we called it the Goldilocks room, and we were all kind of freaked out by this room for some reason. I think it was just like, you know,
It's because the mural was to cover up all the satanic shit on the
all,
walls.
all the
Probably.
blood smears and shit. But I was sleeping in that room, and I was going to sleep, and I laid down and was kind of about to fall asleep, and I felt the whole room just darkness, just kind of like, I just noticed the room getting dark and felt that feeling of like there's something in the room with me. And so I was like, yeah, fuck this, I'm out. So I tried to sit up, and I made it about 2 inches off the bed, and then just got something, it felt like something jumped on top of me, just like you were saying, held me down into the bed and was choking me, and I couldn't breathe. I could hear my mom's TV like go out, you know, 2 doors down the hallway. My mom's room was down there, and she was watching TV. It was about 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night, maybe.
That's so weird.
And so I was trying to like say a prayer, but I couldn't
Speak.
say anything.
Right.
And I couldn't yell for help. So I was kind of inching, trying to scoot towards the side of the bed. Finally, I fell off of the side of the bed, hit the ground, and just like jumped up and ran into my mom's room. And she's like, "What's going on?" I was like, "Oh, nothing. I just fell out of bed." You know, I didn't want to tell her that I just got fucking attacked by something, but
So is it a dream? Is
Yeah.
that what sleep paralysis is?
so it's your. So when you're sleeping, apparently, your body goes into, almost paralyzes. There's a nerve in your brain that controls all the movement in your body, and kind of like,
Right.
so when you're sleeping, that nerve is activated, and so you're not like flailing around and acting out your dreams
Right.
all the time. So that moment when you wake up, sometimes when you wake up and that nerve is still active, and so you can't move, and so it's like you're still in a dream state from waking up, but your body's still paralyzed from this nerve not being activated in your brain, something like that.
Yeah, it's I can't remember what the chemical is, but your brain is basically telling your body to secrete this chemical to paralyze your body, which is part of why, like, when you first wake up and your body feels kind of disconnected,
Right.
and you have to, you know, stretch and move around to get your blood flowing again. It's because you're kicking that paralytic agent out of your bloodstream. But I think sleep paralysis is a lot more tied to limerence than anything, because your body is asleep but your mind is awake, so you're in that slipstream between conscious and unconscious, and you're probably much more adaptable to reach into another plane, or
Yeah.
something from another plane can reach out to you,
Yeah.
which is crazy. Side note though, your mom's a G. Remember that story you were telling me where your mom was upstairs fighting with a ghost for like a half an hour?
Oh yeah.
What
So
the shit?
my family's afflicted. You know, my mom's family. They've all, you know, they all believe in really strongly in, you know, demons and spirits and stuff like that. And
That's the Tongan side, yeah?
yeah.
Yeah.
And so we were watching movies one night, and my, you know, probably 6 of us in the front room. So my stepdad was there. We were all just watching a movie. All of a sudden we hear this like loud banging coming. So it's like the wall is over here. There's a double doors that goes into the kitchen, and then through the kitchen there's a set of stairs that goes up to the upstairs to where my mom's. Well, there's 3 bedrooms up there. We hear this like commotion coming through the hallway upstairs, and then all of a sudden my mom comes tumbling down the stairs, hits the ground on the kitchen floor, lands like square on her back, and then just fucking slides across the kitchen floor.
What the shit?
hits into the cabinets, and then she comes scrambling like on her hands and knees into the TV room where we're at watching movies, and she's like crying and screaming, and like grabs onto my stepdad's leg, and we're like, "What's going on?" And she's like, "Oh, didn't you guys hear me? I was trying to yell for you guys. I've been fighting with this shadow for like half an hour upstairs." But I guess that, yeah, she was upstairs and she had gotten attacked and then was wrestling with this thing for...
Just laid on her back and pulled guard, huh?
Yeah.
Alright.
So, yeah, when she tumbled down the stairs, and I remember it's just like a movie. She hit the floor, like she tumbled down backwards, landed on her back on the floor, and then just dead stopped and then slid across, hitting into the cabinets on the other side of the kitchen.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So she's had quite a few things happen to her, and then everybody that stays at my mom's house has experiences there. And I've seen shadows and...
That's what you call buque de volo.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
I've always kind of thought, with your case especially, where your affliction stems from basically when you weren't even a full person, because realistically you were supposed to die,
Yeah.
and you didn't.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that there's some kind of invisible thread that kind of ties you to whatever else is out there, because you're not even supposed to be here.
Yeah.
Well, let's hear this story. Okay, another one of those
Oh, yeah.
rogue thingies.
So my
Not too bad.
when mom was pregnant with me, she didn't know she was pregnant, and so she was just having pains in her stomach. She didn't know what it was, and so she went to the doctors and found out she was pregnant, but it was I think it's called a tubal pregnancy.
Okay.
So the egg got lodged in the fallopian tube
Yeah.
and got inseminated
Yeah.
there.
Right.
So the fetus, me, was growing inside the fallopian tube instead of inside the womb where I'm supposed to be.
That explains why you're not a very good swimmer.
Yeah, yeah. I float pretty good though. So, usually, 99% of the time when that happens, they have to abort the
Right.
pregnancy,
Yeah.
It's either going to try to take it to, as far as they can and then have an abortion, or the mother dies because...
Yeah, I think even after an abortion, sometimes they have to take part of the fallopian tube or something like
Yeah, out.
that. Yeah.
So,
Crazy.
yeah, that was me, and then... So they're getting ready to do the emergency abortion process, and so my mom's like, "Oh, I just want to call my dad and get a blessing, make sure everything's gonna go okay." So she called him. He was in Canada at the time, and so he was like, "Well, I'm gonna give you a blessing," and she's like, "Well, I think I'm supposed to have this baby." And he's like, "Do you feel like that, is the truth?" And she said, "Yeah." So he gave her a blessing over the phone, and then maybe 5 minutes later, the doctors came and said, "Okay, we need to get this out. You can die
Right.
at any moment, And so she's like, "Well, can we do another ultrasound just to make sure everything is still okay, whatever." So they did another ultrasound. For some reason, I was right in the womb where I was supposed to be.
Wow.
So
Positive affirmation.
Yeah.
positive affirmation, blessing, and they didn't have to do anything to her. I mean, I've got 2 younger brothers and 3 older brothers, so it all worked out for me anyways.
That's crazy.
Yeah. But all of my brothers have had experiences in that, with crazy shit. My brother had an experience one night where he woke up and he saw a big shadow standing at the end of his bed, And so he like woke up, looked at the shadow, and was like, "Yeah, fuck this," and like rolled over onto his back or onto his stomach, and then felt this thing just punch him in his back, punched him like 3 times, and so finally he rolled over, back over to his, like on his side, and the thing jumped on top of him and started choking him. And so he said he was wrestling with this thing for probably 5-6 minutes, and like physically just like a brawl on his bed. And so finally he's able to sit up enough where he can put one foot on the ground and stands up and throws this thing off of him, and it's just a shadow, and the shadow hits the ground and just like dissipates into the room, and he's like freaked out, and turns around and looks at the bed and sees his body laying there on the bed.
Wow.
And so he's like, "Oh shit!"
Right.
You know, am I dead? What's going on? So he laid back down and like got into the position where he was at and like sat up, looked back down. His body's still there. Lays back down, tries like 3 or 4 times. Finally, he goes into his body and lays there for a minute, and then sits up, and then he's back in his body, wide awake, like
That's fucking
nothing
bananas.
happened.
How old
So
was he at the time?
I think he was like probably, he had to be 16 or 17, because as soon as he graduated high school, he joined the Marines when he was 18. So this is right before then. So 16 or 17 years old. So he went, like the next Sunday, he went to church and like talked to the bishop and was like, you know, this happened to me. And the bishop's like, well, sometimes your spirit has to leave your body to protect you, and that's what I think happened. So,
Well, what happens if that thing wins? Is your body fucked?
or the thing takes over your body, maybe, I don't know.
But empty vessel. If you fight over a car and you lose, you get your car jacked.
Right.
So, with that said, have you had out-of-body experiences?
I never have.
So I wonder if, like, what the correlation is there. If your brother, is he older or younger?
Older.
Okay. So if he's able to leave his body, but then you have sleep paralysis where you are stuck in your body.
Well, all of my brothers have all had experiences with wrestling with shadows.
That's what I was going to ask. The sleep paralysis. Could it be that? I mean, like, I never looked back to, like, see my body. You know, I was too busy focusing on the threat at hand, you know. But then I was forced back onto the bed.
Yeah.
You know, and that's when I felt like I was awake and then trying to get up. Like, there was that time when I was thrown onto the bed like that, and then I felt like I was awake.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the time right before that, it was weird. Like, it felt so real. And I was like, okay, maybe this was a dream. So then I try to get up, and then I see that cocksucker, you know, above me, forcing me down. And I didn't look to see if I was
There,
on
if
the
your body
bed.
was there.
Yeah. So,
That's kind of like Stitch's story too. When he was, so he said that he got up and then walked into the hallway and saw that big, it was like a bright light.
No, he was in his bed and he was having sleep paralysis, but he opened his eyes and the room just filled with white light. And there was like a 7-foot tall shadow figure at the foot of his bed, and he couldn't move, but finally he was able to move enough to turn his body and face the wall, and then it was over. Like, he woke up facing the wall.
what the shit?
I kind of wonder. The other kind of sleep paralysis, but I remember it was a full dream. I was just right at the top of the stairs.
On top of the stairs.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Wait, let's see if the lights go back on when he goes upstairs.
Because
So there's a bathroom there, but yeah, something's wrong with that.
Alright. I hope it does. And I hope it turns back off when I come back now.
So yeah, in this dream, we're in this house, which is weird because I know for sure it was a split level house. I don't recognize the house, but I walk upstairs and I'm in the kitchen, and I feel like this evil presence around me, and I feel something jump inside my body and kind of take over my body like I'm being possessed in this dream. So I fall on the floor and I'm kind of like contorting like they do in all the exorcism movies and shit like that. And as I'm on the floor, I'm like kind of reeling around on the ground, and I sit up and my legs are kind of almost like spread eagle, but I'm sitting up flat and my arms are back behind my back, and I'm just kind of spinning on the floor on my ass, just sitting there. And I turn all the way, and there's a slight glass sliding door in the kitchen. And as I turn, I can see my reflection inside the glass door, and it's like I see my body is all contorted, and I can see my face, and it's like typical like demon face, but it's my face just totally twisted and contorted. And so like in my dream, I'm like I have to pray, and so I'm like in my dream I'm trying to like roll over so I can get onto my knees and kind of try to say a prayer, get rid of this thing, whatever it is. And so finally like I'm able to roll over onto my knees and say a prayer, and that's when I wake up. And I was sleeping on the couch, and I wake up and I'm kneeling down on the side of the couch, like in a prayer position, like I'm saying a prayer. And I just look up like this, and I see this, like you were talking about, it's like a bubble kind of floating in the air, kind of just getting smaller and smaller as I'm looking at it. But again, it's like, is that sleep paralysis? Was I dreaming? Was that, what was that? But everything that was happening in my dream seemed like it was happening to me physically in the real world.
Yeah, it's weird.
That's interesting.
Same experience. Like, I'm just, that I said earlier, that's what I felt like was, well, one part felt that it was a dream, but then, like I said, when I was on the bed and I felt like I was awake. Like, I never saw myself like you did, but it was just like I knew, I felt I was awake, but then it was, I couldn't do a goddamn thing. I don't know what that is. It's
well, the past couple of years, I'll get that feeling of like there's something here while I'm dreaming, and I'll have that terror moment where it's almost like a dump of adrenaline where you just get hot, almost like a cold sweat. But then I realize that I'm not afraid of them in my dream, and then like even if I see something in my dream, I'm just like, I'm not afraid. And so I haven't had anything like attack me, or to my knowledge, feeling like I'm being attacked by anything in a number of years. But since I just kind of like, I'm not afraid of that energy, or
That's
I don't know.
Is interesting to me is, and I've always thought of it like this, was it is a dream, and that's it. So like when I've had things like that, where initially I was afraid, but then it almost feels like I can kind of slightly control the dream, but it's just myself. I can control myself, and having that thought of like, I'm not afraid.
Yeah.
Then it always, every single time it ends, whatever it is. So if we're truly afraid, and when we come to, or maybe we were awake during the whole thing, I mean, that's genuine. If you think about it, that's a horror movie. You should be genuinely fucking terrified. Get your family the fuck out of there.
Yeah.
But why is it that when you're like, I'm not afraid, and when it's done, you just roll over and you go back to bed like nothing happened?
I think that's just understanding your own power. Because, you know, when I have like a nightmare or a bad dream or something, I don't feel that sense of fear like I did when I was younger, and you'd have a nightmare and you wake up and you're terrified and you can't go back to sleep. Now I just kind of go, you can't fucking hurt me.
Right.
There's nothing you can do to me.
Right.
The worst thing that you can do is what you've already done, was show up in my dream and fuck with me a little bit.
Right.
And even then, what did you do? Nothing.
Right.
So, yeah, it's just understanding, like, I am more powerful than whatever it is I saw.
Right. But then, like, also on the aspect of that, too, and I think about often is, am I inviting it more now because I'm challenging it? Like, there's countless times where something has happened, right? And then I'm like, fuck you. You know, this is the worst you can do, you fucking pussy. You know, like, that's it. Sorry if you have to edit that out, but...
No. Fucking pussy.
Right. So it's like, does it invite it even more? Does it challenge it? Or is it just something that isn't strong enough to even, that is the worst it can do? I don't know. But I also don't want to find out.
Well,
You know.
I tend to think it's more of, that's your own, like, growth journey,
Right.
where you're learning to push that boundary and you're learning to push past your own fear, or to see what you're actually capable of in terms of, like, defending yourself. And that's more of that, like you were saying earlier, we're here to learn.
Right.
And that's part of your learning process, is learning, like, I am afflicted in one way, shape, or form. How do I get past it, or how do I push through it?
Right.
And that's that learning curve.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like learning that your mindset has a lot to do with, like, the outcome of the situation. Like, a lot of people don't realize how much their mind really does control your body. Like,
Right.
in a sense of, like, the only time that I've ever experienced this is, like, and a running theme on this show is we always talk about psychedelics.
Blue Chew.
So
Blue Chew, is that what you said?
Blue Chew and psychedelics.
Those are like the two
Times
tropes
get hard.
that keep coming around.
Blue Chew is a nootropic?
No, the boner pill. We
Probably
always,
a nootropic for the other end, I guess.
we always joke about they should sponsor this show.
Oh.
And it's like every episode we mention Blue Chew now.
That's hilarious.
But on shrooms, I'll be like, oh man, I think I'm gonna throw up, dude. Oh fuck, I'm gonna puke. I think I'm gonna puke, man. And then you start feeling that welling up of, like, bile.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna be like, shit, I am gonna throw up. Should I just go to the bathroom and throw up? And then all of a sudden, you start to feel the sweat, and I'm like, oh wait, no, I'm not gonna throw up. I'm just tripping.
Yeah.
Instantly just goes away.
Just leaves.
So it's like, is that something that, your mind is controlling, your thoughts are controlling the physicality of your body, like you're thinking about it so much that you're manifesting it to happen.
Right.
The power of your mind. Or
What is that? There's a medical term for it. Like, one of my wife's aunts has it where she always thinks something is
Hypochondriac.
wrong. Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where she's like, I'm sick, I'm getting sick. And
Yeah,
it's like, you're
hypochondriac.
good. And all of a sudden now she's sick.
Yeah.
So that is insane to me,
Yeah.
that your mind can manifest something like that for it to come true.
Yeah.
Even more so, to your point on mushrooms, you think about it like when your mind starts to wander and you start kind of having like the first tidbits of a bad trip, and then when you can kind of like be self-aware and go, oh, I'm just tripping, and then instantly, like, all that negativity is released and you feel instantly better.
Yeah.
It's like a huge sense of relief where you go, oh shit, I'm on mushrooms, I'm just tripping, that's all.
Yeah.
And then you're just like, oh, everything's great again. And I think it's even the same with the hypochondria, because I know quite a few people where, like, if you're around them and you cough and you're like, oh, I wasn't feeling good the other day, suddenly they're fucking sick.
Right.
But then you also have the times in your own life where you're like, I think I'm starting to come down with something. No, I'm not. I'm going to be totally fine. I'm going to take these steps and do these things, and I'm not going to get sick. And then you don't.
Right.
Because your thinking meat runs your entire body,
Right.
all of it. Even when you have the presence of an outside force, of like a virus or a sickness, like your mind can oftentimes overpower it.
Right.
Especially if you're applying it to go, okay, I need to get, a good shower and a good night's rest, and I need to take this medicine and blah, blah, blah. But the other part of it is that determination to say, I'm not going to get sick because I don't want to.
Right. So could that be the same for paranormal? Or, I don't know. But like you go to a place, I'm going to see something, something's going to happen. And then something happens. Is it because you're thinking it's happening? That's the part where I find just interesting.
Yeah.
You
We
know?
talked about that before we went to the Benson Grist Mill. And so the plan was Dave and I knew where we were going, and then nobody else was going to know where we were going to do this investigation.
Right.
But ended up, he told everybody.
I can't keep a secret. I'm terrible.
So I was doing like research on like the mill and like, the supposed hauntings of, that area and kind of the history of the area, and just so we kind of had a baseline of what we could experience and what other people have experienced. And one of the things was that, people have talked to or interacted with this little girl named Alice. And so we knew this going in, that there was supposedly a little girl ghost named
Where was
Alice
this
at the Benson Grist Mill right over here. It's just about 3 miles that way. It's an old pioneer
You probably passed it on the way here.
mill.
Probably did. I've heard of it. I don't know anything behind it.
Yeah, so
really.
it was built in the 1850s and ran up until like 1920 or something
Like
like
a
that.
wood mill or something?
It was a mill that they would take the wheat there
Oh,
and
gotcha.
grind all the wheat for the area.
Gotcha.
So they have like a big mill house where they have these belts and wheels and that spun the big stone grinders for the wheat. And there's like an old school building there, and so there's this supposed ghost there named Alice, a little girl that drowned there's a little pond right there. And so there's a bridge that goes over the pond, and like T was in one spot and these guys were on the other side, and I was walking through and I had a EMF detector, and every time I'd cross across the bridge it would just fucking spike out of nowhere. There's nothing on the bridge, there's no lights or anything anywhere.
Is that little dial thing?
Yeah.
The electric,
Yeah.
magnetic, whatever.
So yeah, it measures electromagnetic
Gotcha.
fields.
Gotcha.
So it would spike. So I just had it in my back pocket, and I'd walk across the bridge and it would beep, and I'd pull it out. I'm like, oh shit. So I was just like I stopped and started taking pictures, and I told these guys, hey, I was getting these weird spikes. So we pulled out the
Spirit box.
And it's just a little radio that sweeps between different channels on a,
Right.
2-second intervals or whatever it is. We're asking it questions. Is there anybody here? And it just, clear as day to me, heard it say Alice. I said, what's your name? And it said Alice. And so I was like, oh shit, did you guys hear that? And it said Alice. And so we listened back to the thing, and there's fucking nothing on the tape.
Really?
Yeah. And it was him and I and Kara were all standing right there. And I had the camera, and he's holding a spirit box, and she's standing like right opposite of him, and we all heard it. But when you watch the video clip, it's
So
not
all
there.
of you heard it.
Yeah.
Huh.
And I remember, because I specifically, when I watched all the footage to make a video out of it, I went right for that clip.
Right.
Like, I specifically went to find that clip, and I was going to post it on, like Instagram and TikTok and all that. And then I watched it and didn't say it. I'm like, okay, maybe it's not loud enough. Turned the volume on my laptop all the way up, still didn't hear it. Put my earbuds in, still didn't hear it. And then, so I was like, I'm still putting this in the fucking video.
Right.
Because I know what I heard. He heard it, she heard
Yeah.
it. Like, just because it didn't translate into digital media
Right.
doesn't mean it didn't happen.
I had some interesting, kind of similar, like where it didn't transfer to media or whatever. This was years ago. I was living with some, it was like close family friends, and there's a spot by, what is it? I guess it would be the Jordan River in South Salt Lake, and I used to go there all the time. If I wanted to clear my mind, I'd go run that trail, and actually met a couple bums that camped out over there, and they were fucking awesome. But they told me of the story of this girl who, I think she was like 13 or 14 or something like that. There's like this old like willow tree looking thing, and like past that it like curved around the river, and then there's like this shed structure looking thing or whatever. But she always used to like fish there, and I don't know timeline wise when this took place, but she used to jump out into the river, and then she would float down a little bit, come back up, do the same thing, or fish there. But then there was one evening she went there, and there was some dude who was not so nice. Things happened, and like he drowned her.
Mm-hmm.
This is what they had told me. And so I was like, oh, that's weird, that's shitty. But they would always tell me, like, when you go underneath, like, this willow tree, like, some of those branches, I mean, you really have to go underneath it. Excuse me. And the closer you get to this shed, they all said the vibe was just not good.
Mm-hmm.
So, family friends that I'm living with, like, I've always consider their kids my little brother and sister, and I'm telling them about this, and they were super into it. Like, oh, let's go around, check it out. I'm like, all right, cool. But he was an old Vietnam vet who lived across the apartment where we were at, and every so often he would need help, so I would go give him a hand on whatever it was, and he was kind of crazy at times, so sometimes it was just more or less of calming him down. And so the VA hired like a caregiver for him, and she was an author and a journalist, and she had multiple recorders, and she's like, man, there's times where you can hear a mouse fart on these things. They're so amazing,
Yeah.
And at times she would have to record the sessions that she would be with him, helping him out, just because he would go wacko and, make some claims that she tried to do something or whatever it was. So it was more or less for her protection. But telling her about it, and she was like, hey, take one of these recorders. It's pretty new. I don't really use it. See if you get anything.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess we're really fucking doing this. So, get together, and we go out there. There was 4 of us. What I call my brother and sister, and then there was an older gentleman that was with us that was part of that family, and he was just out there as it is. I mean, you would hear something crackle or whatever, and he was like, "Oh, what the fuck was that? What the fuck was that?" Just
It's here.
yeah. And he brought a fucking BB gun. He's that type. Like, what is that gonna do, bud?
They're magical BBs.
Yeah,
They're
I guess
imbued
so.
with the Lord's gift.
Right, but so we get down there and we start walking towards this willow tree, and he was getting freaked out. He's like, I'm not doing it. Fuck this. He's like, I'm going back. So I'm like, all right, whatever. You're a bitch. So we start going. And we get underneath this fucking willow tree. And it was like everything changed. Like the vibe. It almost even felt like the scenery had changed.
Yeah.
You know, like from that spot, we could see, before the willow tree, we can see where that shed is at. And it does curve. The river curves. Once we came out of that, it was like the brush was so thick you couldn't see shit. Little openings here and there. And there was like little structures that some homeless people had made, and it was just, shit, really. But we couldn't find that fucking shed structure, And we're starting to walk closer. I was like, well, let's just follow this trail. There is a trail. Let's just follow it. You can hear the water. We're not that far off of it. But we could not find it. And we came up on this little creek that was maybe 3 feet wide and maybe a foot deep. And as we're trying to like find a better way to cross this, we hear something splash, like somebody threw a large rock into the water. And the kids start freaking out. I mean, they're like 16 and 14, I believe, at the time, so they're freaking out. So I was like, all right, let's head back. So we start like kind of like running back, and I'm gonna go back just a little bit. We made it across the creek when we heard that.
Mm-hmm.
And then as we were running back to cross that creek again, Alicia and Bruce, those are the names. Alicia was in front of me. Bruce was behind me. And she stops at that creek. She's like, I can't remember how wide it is. I was like, fuck it, just jump. And right before she jumps, something like had splashed. And I was like, all right, some dude is fucking with us,
Mm-hmm.
And we jump over the little creek, and we start running, and then she just stops, and she's like, do you hear him? I'm like, hear what? She's like, there's a little boy. I can hear him. I don't hear shit. So we keep going, and my mind at that point is heightened, more or less, because I know there's bums in the area, and if this happened to a bum did this to a girl,
mm-hmm.
I don't want them in that situation,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. So that's where my mind is more protective mode. And so we'll just get out of there. We get in the car. I turn on my car, and it's like struggling to start. What the hell? And I had just gotten a new battery recently. And my headlights come on, and Alicia, she's sitting in the driver's seat, starts screaming. I'm like, what the? Shut up. Like, what is going on? She said that it looked like a little boy. So at the trail, it's like, I don't know, kind of steep. Like, you kind of have to jump down it. It's not very long, but she said she saw a boy peek up over that little hill. Like, no, whatever. So I finally get the car started, and I have to drive that way to turn around anyway. And as I'm turning, I see a boy, like little shag hair, just he kind of peeks up, and he like looks like something caught his attention, and then he went down. And it was like, what the fuck was that? So we get back to our apartment. We're reviewing the audio, and I think it was her or Bruce, somebody had a phone that was also recording at the same time, and you can hear like the initial panic of that skadoosh, that big bullet or rock hit the water.
Mm-hmm.
And then it matches with the time of shortly after we crossed the creek, and she said, did you hear it? But perfectly. And you just hear a, hey. Like, just perfect. It gives me the chills. Look at that.
Oh, yeah.
And even on that little audio recorder thing, you could just clear as day. Just, hey. So it was just like, holy crap. Like, we heard it. We heard it on the audio. So it was maybe a couple days later, I ran into the girl who lent me that recorder, and Alicia was with me. She's like, hey, you gotta check this out. This is so crazy. And I go to I grab the recorder, and you hear nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, well, shit. Let me look at your recording on your phone. Maybe I need to fast forward it to that timeline. Nothing. She's like, oh, well, I'm kind of in a rush. You guys find it. I'm going to be back here tonight for a few hours prepping dinner for that guy, for the vet. So that second time, you know, she's there and she hit us up and was like, hey, did you guys find it? I'm like, shit, I forgot about it. And
That was uninteresting. I totally spaced it.
right. You know, and I forgot about it. So I grabbed the recorder. Now the batteries are corroded. And she said she had just replaced the batteries. So I'm like, well, shit, did I get it wet? You know, like, I don't think I got wet at all.
Mm-hmm.
You know, from jumping over the creek or whatever, but nothing. You know, but we never heard it. And again, when we were trying to show somebody. And then that evening, you know, the recorder was in my backpack in the living room.
Yeah.
Pull it out. Batteries are corroded. She's like, oh, it's okay. I've had this happen. She cleans the little terminals in there,
Mm-hmm.
puts new batteries in. It still won't work. Still wouldn't work. Nothing.
Wow.
It's kind of a long story to compare to yours.
No,
but it was just
it's
weird.
still like that's crazy because that same thing, and even some of the other kind of weird moments that we had just so happened to not get covered or not get recorded.
Yeah.
So just like with the cat ball and the the REM pod and all that being on that big barrel when I went downstairs, and then it went off all at the same time as I was under it. And yeah, just weird.
Huh.
And like nobody had a camera on it.
Right.
Because I had one with me, and then the other guys had one upstairs. So him and Kara are on the ground floor where these items are set up, and they all go off at the same time when there's no camera in the room.
Right.
Which, now that I think about it, T left his phone recording right there.
Huh. Was he just recording audio, or is he recording video also?
I think he was just recording audio.
I know that I was holding the SLS camera. I don't think that I was actually recording it.
And
I
there's
did that quite a bit that night, I think.
It's a learning curve.
There's an app that I had on my phone for the longest time, and it was like, I said, is like two different things. Like, it was an audio thing, and then one was like the SLS camera thing. And like, my wife and my kids, we were the power had went out in our neighborhood. There's a lightning strike that took out 2-3 blocks. So we were just sitting there in bed and we are just shooting the shit, and I forgot that I had that, so I'm like fucking with it.
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden it says family. And Jackson, my oldest, he's like, did that just say family? And like, it's an app, so I'm like, how much of this is actually just for fun, right?
Yeah.
But then it said bed. I'm like, what the shit? And then it said brother picture. And I had a picture of my brother in my closet.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, oh, well, that's interesting. But it's just like, I never caught anything like with the like figures by any means, other than that. Well, there was one time, the brother, I had a little, I don't know, figure thing up by there, but it was super quick.
Mm-hmm.
Super quick. That was the only thing I had ever gotten off my phone on me. But I was just like, this thing is horse shit.
Yeah, most of the apps I can't give any credence to because they're preloaded with a very small amount of words.
Mm-hmm.
And
Right.
usually those words are like trigger words within paranormal investigation. So it's like, it's just going to throw one out that is just enough to bite on.
Right.
And then it's going to give you
also
another
just
one.
being connected to your phone is like,
Exactly.
what is your phone prompting it to, just like your
Right.
phone is listening to everything you do and gives you prompts to look at whatever your Blue Chew ads and shit,
Right.
Dude, you can think about something and your phone will show it.
Yeah.
Like
it's fucking weird.
the only one I do give credit to is like the SLS stuff, which we played with it. It's actually fairly accurate because your modern Apple devices have pretty strong LiDAR in them.
Mm-hmm.
So you're actually picking up wireframes of bodies and things like that. And there is a lot of false positives. Like, so I have it on my phone and on my iPad.
Right.
So I was playing with it at work one night, and like every single fire extinguisher seems to have a ghost in it because it would pop up the wireframe when you'd look at it, which tells me it's just picking up the reflection of you and then making it into a wireframe.
Right. Thinking about it now, with that recorder going out the way it did. So, this was before deployment. I had a what the hell was it? Samsung Note 4, I think it was at the time.
Mm-hmm.
So we did this training at Dugway. And long story short, we helped this aviation unit build, we built them a little flight pad.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're like, as a thanks, they gave us rides in the Black Hawk.
That's dope.
And, yeah. Oh, dude, it was fucking awesome. And I was fortunate. That was one of the last rides, so we got it was kind of a longer ride.
Mm-hmm.
And I was on the window seat, the door seat. So we were flying around, and we'd come over this little mountain pass, and it was so awesome. Like they would shoot up and then dive down. Like they were trying to make you throw up. It was awesome. It was fucking awesome. And there was like a little headset that we kind of take turns with, so we can listen to their comms, their communications, and what they're talking about and things like that. And I remember I had the headset, and it was for a brief time, but we were in a no-fly zone because it was in an area where it was unexploded ordnances.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't want the vibrations of the rotors to potentially set one off. So we were on our way out, and he's banking up towards the mountain, and the crew chief is sitting right across from me. I don't have the headset at this point anymore. And he's like signaling to me, like, look. So I look down, and there's like this boulder, like this big fuck all rock sitting on I don't know, it almost looked like a cliff in a way. It's kind of weird, but there was like a big divot on the mountainside of that boulder, if that makes sense. And it looked like there was a guy, and I was recording, and you can see a hard hat, kind of a blue yellowish tint, like a construction worker would wear.
Mm-hmm.
And then it looked like he like stepped down. So I just see him, signal like fly around. So we come back around, and he's there again, and it's like you can see it on my phone, like perfect. Like it looks like he's wearing, what do they call him at work? The Tyvek suits,
Mm-hmm.
but it's all black, and you can see the white hat and the vest. And I don't know how fast we're going, but we fly past it, and again you see him like, kind of see his head turn, and he goes under this rock. Excuse me. And I've heard so many stories of people who had been in the military for ages that have been going out there for training. Just crazy stories about Dugway as it is, but it was it was on deployment. I took that phone. I got an iPhone for deployment just because my wife had an iPhone, and I was told it was better for like FaceTime and communication wise versus Samsung and Apple. So I had both phones, and we were talking about it, and I went to go pull up my phone. My phone was dead. Like, I plugged it in, and I've never, ever been able to get that phone to come back to life. I bought a new battery for the daggum thing.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing. And, there's probably a lot of explanations on why that phone just took a shit. I don't know. But
yeah, the
it was
government
just
zapped it
weird.
with an EMP, so you couldn't show anything.
Could be. But it was so weird. Like, even after we had landed, it was later on in that evening. I think I was actually running some chow to our first sergeant and our commander. And that crew was in there. And he was like, hey, you were with us. You saw that shit, right? Like, I had walked into the conversation that they were already having about it. I was like, yeah. pulled it up on my phone, and you could slow it down and you could see it. We're cruising, so it's kind of a little fuzzy, but you can see it. Then, like, frame by frame, you could just see that figure just walk down, and he's like, that guy was like, I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. They're out there. It's just, that place is weird, isn't it? Itself. That place we were at, they call it the Rat Pad. Scott, ever tell you about the Rat Pad?
I think he's mentioned it, but I think he was talking more about, like, wrestling matches or something like that.
Just a quick side story, the Rat Pad. And if this is true, I don't know. This is just what we were told. But my brother Thad and I, we went with our first sergeant commander to go to this Rat Pad to kind of check it out and get it kind of established before the rest of the unit comes over. And we get there, and it's just like this shithole looking building. And the mountain range behind it, I don't know how far it is away, but I believe it was BYU and the U. They had a observatory there for some time, and then it was just kind of abandoned. That's just kind of like location wise where it was at. And in the very, very back of the building didn't look that big. There was a big incinerator. It looked more like the incinerators on 6 and 7. And so we walk into the building, and you walk in, and it's like a rinse station. And then you turn right, the door was on the right, and then there's like a blow-off station, I think. And then you walk through another set of doors, and it was the same setup. It was like a rinse station, then like a blow-off station. You open it up, and it's like this long fuck-all corridor, just this hallway that it seemed forever long, like unnecessary. Compared to being on the outside of the building, it looks small and run down, but inside it's just like spotless. And then you walk down a little ways, and then there's a door, you go through that, and then there's a bunch of offices, maybe like 6 offices, 3 on each side. And then there was long freezer chests, maybe 7-footers, and they probably had, I don't know, 8 to 10 padlocks on each of them, lining the hallway. I don't know how many of them. At the end of that hallway, there was another door, another rinse station, and it opened up to like this big area. And it was like quarantine bubbles, like mop suits, like chemical suits. And then this guy showed up out of fucking nowhere. Said, hey, you guys aren't supposed to be in here. And our first sergeant was like, I apologize, sir. Like, we were told this is where we're supposed to be. We were just kind of looking at the area where we want to set up. And he's like, that's fine. You're not supposed to be here. So he escorts us out. And then he comes out maybe 5 minutes later, if that. He's like, hey, yeah, you're good. You guys are clear to go back in. But if you guys do any briefings or whatever it is, trainings in that room, no food, no drink. And so our commander was asking him, like, well, what is this place? And he's like, well, as far as I know, this is where they used to do, like, cancer treatments, like trialing it on different types of animals. And some would kind of work. They'd put them in the freezer that had potential. And the ones that didn't, it could be highly contagious. They take them out to an incinerator and burn them. But this is where they did testing. That's why there's all the chemical gear, quarantine bubbles and shit. I was like, that setup, I don't
Bullshit.
know. Yeah, that place was just a weird fucking vibe. Like, I don't know. I don't know if it's true or not. Who knows? But fuck that place.
Partially truth, I think. Probably.
Fuck that place.
Yeah, that sounds like multiple inline decontamination spots as long as a very long corridor. If I'm going to put my tinfoil hat on,
Right.
which is where you're going to probably walk the aliens in, and you're all going to get decontaminated, and then things are going to end up in the freezer. The long hallway is probably more like one big X-ray or CT scan machine.
Could be.
Something to, make sure you're not smuggling anything in or out.
Yeah.
The incinerator is to burn the Tyvek suits and the gloves and everything else.
It was weird. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me, but it just seemed like the inside was so much bigger than what it was outside. The outside of it, the building looks like a shithole. Looks like line 2 and 3, just a shithole. But you go inside, and it's just like everything's
Pristine.
white, clean. I mean, obviously, like little dust here and there, but we call it moon dust, but just that shitty dust where you step on it and just poof, cloud.
It probably actually is moon dust.
Yeah. So, like, for how dusty it is out there, you would think that would get into the goddamn building.
Not when it's hermetically sealed.
It's weird. Fucking weird. Anyways,
Yeah.
that was a side story. But
No, it's we did a whole episode on Dugway, and we haven't actually talked to anybody except for you now that's actually been there. We were talking to Scott about it because he said he'd been out there, and then he's like, "Yeah, I don't really,
yeah,
didn't
that's
really
because
see
that
anything."
fucker was in his tent playing D&D, probably. But I'll be right back. I gotta use the rest.
Man, I want to hear more Dugway stories from people and their crazy shit. And even the last episode that came out, Colby had some Dugway stories,
Oh, really?
like secondhand stuff. It was pretty good.
So he's lived out here his whole life and kind of knows of people that have worked out there and shit like that.
Oh, there's a guy that we worked with. His last name was Donahue.
Tyler?
No, not Tyler.
Oh, his name's Donna Worth.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, his dad was in the military, and they were out. Like, he grew up on Dugway. And he had some interesting stories, but he was an interesting character himself.
You always have to consider the source with stories. Because,
Right.
like, talking on this topic of, people's paranormal stories, you can always tell who's genuine. Like, when you're sitting here telling a story, and from here I can see goosebumps popping up on your arm, that's pretty fucking legit.
Yeah.
Versus sometimes you'll hear people's stories, and you get through to the end, and you're like, yeah, I don't believe you at all.
Right.
Well, even like, I mean, we've done this, and that's like generally somehow, like, whenever I'm talking to somebody for extended amount of time, somehow we always start talking about like ghosts or aliens and shit like that. Maybe
Right.
it's just me, but so I've heard people tell ghost stories, and rarely, very rarely, listening to somebody else's stories do I get goosebumps from their story.
Oh, yeah.
But that one with the witch, that was one of those times, man.
Yeah. You
Yeah.
started off strong with that one.
Yeah.
Well, I told my boy last night we had my in-laws, their ward had a little barbecue thing that we went out to. And so I was telling Jackson, I was like, hey, I got invited to this podcast talking about, like ghost stories pretty much. And the first thing he said, Pop, you gotta tell him about the witch story. I was like, don't worry, bud, because that's the story I plan on opening up with. And I was asking my wife kind of later last night, I was like, fuck, should I bring him just so he can give his account on that story? She's like, well, no, that's really kind of the only one he's got. I don't want him to sit there and be bored the whole time while you guys talk. But
Yeah. I mean, it'd still be cool.
Right. Yeah, maybe another time I'll bring him out.
Yeah, I really love hearing those stories, especially from people you know and you trust and you like, because they're not just going to sit there and embellish and just tell this big tale that's not true. Like, I want to hear the real thing. And just because it's not like a horror movie quality story doesn't mean it's not interesting or fun to listen to.
A conversation that I had with somebody, we were talking about like ghost stories and different things, and then it kind of led into like some dreams as we were talking about, and the whole reincarnation shit kept getting brought up, and I just was like not really having it, but then things started to like click and make sense. Like the dream I was telling you about earlier with my brother.
Mm-hmm.
Like the one part I left out that hits hard for me, and I don't know if it's just like the life of learning over the lifetimes, you know, but as I was talking to this individual about things like that, it was like, shit, maybe you're onto something. Was when my brother in my dream, when he put his hand on my shoulder and said, "It's okay, like you did good,"
Mm-hmm.
you know. It was like it was time to go to sleep. But then I woke up and we were like in a war, like old day war, and we both died. And then I wake up and then we're in a different war. And then we die. And then like we're in a different war. Like we were in World War One, we were in World War Two. In World War Two, I remember him and I running, and he gets shot, and I go back to get him, and he says, "No, keep going." And then I get hit, and then I go down, and he's like trying to reach out for me and smiles, and then that's it. And then I wake up and like in a different war. So it's just like interesting. Like, is it a dream? Is it just a meaning of like, it doesn't matter what you go through in life, like you got it, you know, just stay strong, you know what I mean? Or was it actually something that my brother and I shared over lifetimes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, it's interesting to think on that aspect. So does that mean, and I was also thinking about this on the drive here too, does that mean with how my grandma said that it goes back generations of being more sensitive to that side,
Mm-hmm.
is that just more generations that I have under my belt to be accustomed or more sensitive, open to that? I don't know, and I just have little blurps of certain things. Fuck, I don't know. It's just it's interesting,
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
the whole aspect of it.
Well, I think the theorizing is just as much fun as the stories.
Right.
To try to connect the threads in some meaningful or logical way.
Right.
To say, you know, let's say you've reincarnated X amount of times and you've been in all these different wars. Is it because you keep reincarnating as a warrior? Or
Right.
is it because you've got this generational thing that you're not actually seeing a past life, you're seeing a life of somebody else in your lineage
Right.
and how
Could
they
be.
died, you know?
Yeah.
It's just really fun to put your mind to it and just like try to connect the dots in some way.
Right, exactly. Like, from a very young age, that's something I always wanted to do. So I wanted to be in the military.
Mm-hmm.
You know, going out and playing army or whatever it was. And eventually I did it, right? And then after my grandma passed and we're going through her stuff, is when I found out that military goes back generations as well, which
Mhm.
is interesting. Then there was, I don't know how long, but there was a little gap of nobody in the military until me. But it was just interesting, like I had no idea about that past,
Yeah.
you know, of my grandma's side, and it dates back to Civil War. You know, I have pictures and documents that date back to Abraham Lincoln, you know, that my
wow.
grandma has. That it's so crazy, you know. Like I had no idea. So it's just interesting, like you said, connecting the dots. Is that something that, I don't know, genealogy is just like somehow, one way or another, hardwired into you? Who knows? I don't know.
I think in some form or fashion, yeah.
Right.
I mean, you are the collective of everybody who's come before you.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And whether it's like a sense of inheriting knowledge or just how DNA has come together just to create you.
Well, it's like almost the collective consciousness of your whole, all the people that have led to where you are at in that chain of people, you know.
Yeah.
Right.
So is consciousness also connected into DNA almost? Like, who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe.
What is consciousness?
Yeah. Especially like when you look throughout history and you see like almost proof of a collective consciousness of civilizations where like in different spots in the world, similar things are being done and taught and talked about and built, like pyramids and in Egypt and also in South America, where allegedly they didn't have any way to contact each other, and why are they building these similar structures and
Right.
worshiping the same deities, and is it a collective consciousness that we're kind of all tapped into?
Well, I definitely think there is some kind of stream of consciousness where we all are connected in some way, shape, or form. And I think we just recently talked about this, of like, you'll have a random thought about somebody you haven't talked to in a while, and then, sometime after that thought, you get a text or a call from that person.
Right.
Because in some way you're connected, and not just in a chance or happenstance kind of way, Or even if you were to put it through the lens of, we all kind of have a hive mind in some way, where, joking earlier about your ears are ringing because somebody's thinking about you.
Right.
What if that's actually true? That would just be more proof to the fact that we are all connected in some way, shape, or form.
Right.
Have you ever heard about it's like 25 monkeys thing?
I vaguely know what you're talking about.
Well, it's like this study that they were talking about, like, so there's this island of these specific type of monkeys, like little monkeys, like macaques or whatever they're called. I don't know what kind of monkeys they are. But they start feeding them bananas, and then, they all start eating these bananas. And they do something to the bananas where the peel is, they put something on there that's toxic to the monkeys. So the monkeys learn that it's toxic, and so they stop eating the bananas. So all the monkeys on this island won't eat the banana. They'll put the bananas out and they won't eat them. And so they get one of the monkeys and show them, you can take the banana down to the water and wash it off, and then you can eat it after that. And so the monkey learns this, starts doing this slowly, like 1, 2, 3 monkeys start learning how to do this. By the time it gets to like 25 monkeys, all the monkeys on the island know to do this. And so once these 25, all these monkeys do it, they take it to another island, drop the tainted bananas on this island, and the monkeys get the bananas, take it to the water and wash it. Totally separate from all the other monkeys on this other island, but they know they're supposed to do it.
Collective consciousness.
Collective consciousness, yeah.
Well, I mean, there's a big theory about how, again with psychedelics, where it does tap us all into each other. And it is also weird because mushrooms, DNA-wise, are incredibly similar to humans. But it is kind of believed that it does stream all of our consciousness together. And you think about DMT and all these people who take their trips on DMT, and so many people across the world see the same things on these short trips that they take. And they see, the little fairies or the goblins or whatever that culture calls them. But they all see it. Doesn't matter if you're American or Taiwanese or whatever. People all see the same shit under psychedelics. And I've always thought that was such a fascinating thing. Even to the point of almost being able to communicate in a way.
Yeah.
Because we're all, in some way, again, tapped together.
Yeah, they're also doing so they're doing studies where they put people into almost like an IV drip of DMT into their system, where they can stay in the DMT trip for hours, instead of usually DMT trip is like 10-15 minutes long.
Yeah.
And so they're able to stay in these altered states for longer, and they're trying to map out because people will go into the trip and say they're seeing the same, like, entities and almost like a city in a different dimension. So it's almost like they're going into another dimension, seeing the same things, and so they're making an actual map of this DMT world. But it's pretty accurate, where the people are seeing all the same things and meeting the same entities. Kind of similar to like people when they do ayahuasca trips, where they meet this mother spirit or whatever. That takes them on almost a journey through their life. So it's more of a personalized thing, it seems like.
Ayahuasca would be so cool. But then
I think that's the one that scares me, dude.
Yeah.
I think the only thing that scares me about it is that you're in a room with 50 other people, and after you take it, you're either going to shit or puke or both.
Yeah.
And you have to do it in front of 50 other people.
Well, they're all tripping anyway, so.
Yeah, they don't care.
Right. I've heard that they've had some successful trials with veterans
Oh, yeah.
doing that. Like, they all have their spirit guide, I guess you would say. Like, they all have that one person. And it's like a 3 to 4 day thing.
Yeah.
And I've listened to some stories where the first couple days, some people, they don't have shit happen. They don't trip, nothing. They feel like it's not working. And then all of a sudden it hits, and when it hits, it's fucking hard. They have that one person that's supposed to like help them overcome whatever it is. Yeah. That's what scares me, is opening that. And maybe it's just me scared to face some shit. I don't know.
Well, I think we all are, to a big degree, of like, who wants to delve into their own bullshit? Who wants to go back and relive terrible moments, or replay them in your head at least, so that you have to deal with it another time? Like, dude, I lived through it, I dealt with it, I don't want to do it again. But I think when you're under the influence of psychedelics, or even in a heavy dream state where you're having dreams about memories, like, it's forcing you to deal with it so that you can get past it.
Yeah.
Right.
I think that. So I went on a journey going down rabbit holes, chasing like ayahuasca videos and people talking about their experiences doing ayahuasca ceremonies and shit like that. Pretty common thing was like, the people would say that they're reliving their past traumas, but to help them understand the trauma and how it affected them, they would see what happened, relive the moment, like what happened, but then also see it from the point of view of all the people that were around you at that time. So like how you were affected by it, how you felt about it, and then how all the other people saw you affected by it and how they felt about it, so you can understand, to help you understand what that trauma caused and what that, why you were feeling certain ways about it, and how all the people around you felt certain ways, so that, you can kind of move past that, like, just the understanding of, why you, say if something happened and you lost, like, friends, or you lost people, you can understand what their point of view was, or what their feelings about it were. Really interesting.
What is it that the brain produces, like when you
DMT.
Is it DMT?
Yeah.
That gives you the hallucinogen when you're sleeping, which is dreams, right?
Yeah.
That's interesting. Like how you said that, like the different aspects, point of views. I like it, but I don't, because there's some point of views with certain trauma where you see the different aspects, but the outcome is still the same.
Yeah.
So what in the fuck is the point of seeing these different point of views? What do you learn from it? And I only say this, and there's a very few people that I've ever shared this with, but when I was 6 years old, I only know I was 6 just because it was on my birthday, but I had this friend, her name was Emily, And you remember Squeeze-Its back in the day? So for my
Fruit
birthday,
drinks?
yeah,
Oh.
yeah, they're the Kool-Aid Squeeze-Its or whatever they call them now. But for my birthday, I got a little 6-pack of those Squeeze-Its, and I'd go play with my friend Emily, and I wanted to take some to her. My mom had something going on too later that day, so I had asked her if I can go hang out with Emily. She's like, yeah, go for it. We lived in Ogden at the time. It was right off a freeway entrance, and I don't know how far her house was, maybe a block max away. But on the side of her house was a cinder brick wall, and that was like a horseshoe kind of shape. And it was like an empty lot, and in the very back there was a bunch of trees and shit. And we had built a little, I don't know, fortress, I guess you'd say. You know?
Mm-hmm.
But there was one day, it was that day, I went back and I knocked on the door, and her parents were like really weird. It's like super weird. Like they never kept the doors open, and every time I did knock on the door to see if Emily could play, it was just like they're peeking their head out. Like, you know, weird. But when I got there was a van parked out front, and the door was open, but the glass screen door was closed. And I knocked on the door, nothing. I thought it was odd. But I can hear a shower running, so I was like, okay, well, maybe they're in the shower, they don't hear me. Well, I told her, you know, I was going to be here. Maybe she's back at her little, you know, fortress. So I'm walking back there, and there's a couple ways you can get to our fortress. One is you just follow the trail, and it's super easy to get through, where you can just go various different directions. And it was pretty thick back there, and it kind of be a bitch to get to, right? But for some reason, I thought, you know what, I'm going to scare the shit out of her if she's here. Right? So I go off that beaten path and struggle my way through some brush until I hear some like rustling, right? And then I hear muffled screams, grunting, and then I come up on like this, I don't know what kind of bush it was, but it was pretty fucking thick. And then it was a clearing, maybe 10-15 feet ish, and then some trees, and that's where our little fortress was. And I was behind that bush, and I was trying to like pie around on the right side to see if I can see her in the fortress, like what's going on. But then I see 3 guys. Ooh. Sorry, this one kind of hits hard.
No, take your time.
But I see three men rape her, stab her, and one guy shot her. And I had a broken like cinder brick. I was by my feet, and all I can think about was grabbing that brick and throwing it at him. But then I knew, I'm 6 years old, right? That if I was to try to do something, what are they going to do to me?
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't. And for years I beat myself up on not grabbing that fucking brick. Felt like a pussy, you know. And I just remember holding her, like after they left, I was kind of like circling around as quiet as I could be, because I did not want them to know that I was there. And then, they left, and they were wearing like funny looking masks. I don't know, it was weird. And I just remember holding her. And then I was like, fuck, my mom is going to be pissed. So I decided to run back home. And there was this other, like, kind of a half shit vacant lot. And there was a big dumpster there. It had always been there. And I took my shirt off because I was covered in blood. I didn't want to be in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
So I took my shirt off. And then I go home, and I go through like the back entrance of the house we were living in at the time, and I get to my room, and I just put my a clean shirt on, and my mom comes in, and she's like, "Hey, did you go over to Emily's?" I was like, "Yeah, I went over there. Nobody was there, so I just came home." And she said, "Sit down. I need to talk to you." And I don't know, like, time-wise, like, how long it took me to get home.
Mhm.
Like, it was just a blur, you know what I mean? Like, it was wild. And then she told me there was an accident, and she passed away. I'm sorry. You know, and I broke. Just bawled. Years go by. Everything went down, like, being taken away from my mom, up to point where I get back in touch with my mom. I go visit her right before deployment. We're drinking one night, and I just talk to her about it. Because now, like, as I got older, I was like, is this something I made up in my mind? You know, like with talking about trauma earlier, you know, like, was it just something? Was it something that she had told me that had happened and I just said I was there in my mind, right? And so I'm talking to her about it. I'm like, hey, Mom, you remember when we lived at this house in Ogden, blah, blah, blah. Like, yeah, you remember Emily? She's like, yeah. She's like, that was pretty crazy. Like, I mean, there was cops, like, blocked off everywhere. It was crazy for like 3 days. It was wild. And I told my mom, I told her, I was like, well, I watched it happen. She's like, what the fuck do you mean you watched it happen? And, you know, I told her about the 3 guys and what happened. She's like, well, they only caught 2 of them, I'll tell you that. So then it was like, oh shit, did this really happen? She was, you know, and she said, you know, it was multiple stab wounds and then shot. And she's like, the only way you would know that is if you're fucking there. Because she's like, I know, I never told you that, you know.
Yeah.
But even then, like, I still, like, played in my head, like, well, was it, like, a dream that I had that happened, like, the barn, you know.
Yeah.
Was it something like that? I don't know. And she said that the parents, they were drug dealers, not very big drug dealers, you know, but then they started stealing from these drug dealers, and they were given multiple opportunities to pay up, or, you know, the threat was, we're going to hurt your daughter. Well, they didn't. They chose drugs over their daughter, so they did what they did. And then I had a dream, and where I'm overall going with it was, I had a dream that I was in this, like, warehouse, but I can see the outline of that cinder brick wall, and then I can hear those same muffled screams and grunts. Next thing you know, I'm by this bush, and I still have that option to grab the brick. Before I can get to the brick, I am now Emily. I'm on her point of view.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember fighting whatever it was. I couldn't see it, but I could feel it. And then a hand over my face. I couldn't see it, but I could feel it. And then this guy just comes up and starts stabbing me in the gut, and I can feel it. I can feel the pain. And then I wake up, and I'm like in a sweat, and my stomach is turning. I can feel it. And I'm like, holy shit, like, what in the fuck is this? And I went and grabbed some water. I took some Pepto, because I was like, oh, maybe I ate something, you know? And then I fall back asleep, and it's in the same fucking dream. Except now I'm one of the guys stabbing. And I remember thinking, like, I don't want to do this. Why am I doing this?
Mm-hmm.
And then I wake up, and I just feel this guilt, like I just killed my best friend. Why would I do this? And I fall back asleep, and I'm in the same fucking dream over and over. And now I'm a different guy, and I'm stabbing her. But now as I'm leaving, I see this kid looking by the bush, and he has a brick in his hand. And I just decide to walk off, not to say anything to the other 2. He's not going to say shit. He's too scared. He saw, like, I'm thinking, he's too scared. He saw what we just did to her. If he says anything, we'll do the same. He ain't going to say shit. And then it was like, we walked past the bush, and I remember, like, in the dream, like, looking back, and I see the broken brick, but there's one piece missing. but there's no kid. And then I just remember waking up to my alarm. But it was just so weird, like, kind of going back to what you're saying, the point of view is like, what the fuck is the point? Like, the outcome is the same, and it hurt no matter what fucking point of view.
Yeah.
And you two are probably the only two people I've ever, well, now whoever is fucking listening.
Well, I gotta tell you, dude, I'm really proud of you
It's
for
the dream part of it.
sharing that.
Well, I
that
think
took
that
a lot of courage to say that shit.
It feels like to me the point is that you weren't the only one that was hurt by it. Like, probably those people that, you know, if they were really, if they were the drug dealers themselves or like the drug, like almost like henchmen or whatever,
Right.
chances are they didn't want to do it either. And
To a little girl.
yeah,
Fuck you. Yeah.
and it's, you know, stupid, and just like you were saying in how you were at the point of view of as one of the guys feeling like you didn't want to do that, and maybe that's really how they felt, and they were just,
I never thought of it like that. I just thought that was my mind overpowering,
yeah,
you know. But yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe it was his thought.
I think a lot of it is, especially in relative terms of what you actually went through, and then having these dreams of like being in the mind of like these perpetrators. It's almost like guilt trying to wash itself out because you felt guilty for not picking up that brick and, you know, handling business or whatever. Even though you're a child, you shouldn't feel guilty. You still feel guilty.
Right.
And so it's maybe part of that. It's just like your psyche trying to filter that through in some weird way of like, you already feel guilty and you're trying to make yourself feel more guilty instead of learning how to accept and forgive yourself for not trying to attack 3 grown men as a child. You know, it's that is one of those things. It's not your fault, but you feel like it's your fault.
Right.
You know, but yeah, dude, I really admire like the strength to tell that story.
Yeah.
I'm really proud of you.
Appreciate it. Yeah, it sucked, and like I said, like was it something that I had made up in my mind, you know, and my mom, you know, like I can talk shit, but I can't. I don't know her full end. The story, you know, of how things ended up the way they did, but there are certain parts where I can ask her and it is accurate, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And with that one, you know, it like verified it, and I even felt more like a piece of shit. Like it was real.
Mm.
I'm a fucking pussy. I should have done something, you know. And my mom was like, it wasn't you were 6. What were you gonna do?
Yeah.
yeah,
You know, so, and I just fight that, but you know, it's a very valid point, like you said, you know. But it was like one of those things, and it just reminded me of that story when you were talking about the
different points of view.
the different points of view, and it just like pissed me off. Like, what the fuck is the point of that?
Yeah,
And granted, that's my only thing, right? I guarantee there is various stories of more of a positive outcome of different points of view.
Mhm.
Who knows?
There is. I mean, even in my own life, you know, having taken psychedelics, you know, after a big breakup, and you know, your first instinct is like, fuck that person. That person's terrible. They did this to me. They made me feel this way or whatever. And you do go through that experience, and you do get their point of view, and you go, okay, that person didn't mean for X, Y, or Z to happen. It's just that person is already hurt or wounded or whatever, and just took the best course of action they thought it was.
Right.
You just happen to be the victim.
Right.
Could have been anybody else.
And it just goes to show that any being, female or male, when shit times are shit, what do you look at? Straight negative.
Oh, for sure.
So then it's just pointing the finger, the blame. Oh, well, it was your fault. This is why this ended up, right?
Yeah.
You know, like my wife, leading up to the divorce was like, I would lose my shit over things I would never lose it over. Like, my dog was being a dickhead. He was being a pup, and it kept beating my sprinklers in the backyard, which is a shithole now because of him, but still love him. You know, but I would blame her. I'd rip her a new one. But it wasn't me. It was just we were both going through a hard time.
Mm-hmm.
But then on top of it, it was just that point of the finger of anything negative, finding a fucking way to blame one or another.
Yeah. It's a lot easier to find an outlet for blame than just to be like, it is what it is, and how do we move past this? How do we push through?
Exactly.
So I think that's a lot of people's first response in a lot of situations, is just to be like, find something to blame and then focus energy on that. You can put all the energy that you have feelings about, you know, into this one focus point and then let fury reign.
Right.
When usually, you know, most of the time, if you take a step back and think about it for a second, kind of like work it out in your mind, that really doesn't really matter.
Yeah,
Shit that's happening.
Yeah, I'm grateful though too, because I think the divorce with us was probably the best thing.
Yeah.
You know, like we're remarried now,
Mm-hmm.
had 3 children, you know, post divorce, but now we're on like the same wavelength. You know, biggest thing was communication.
Mm-hmm.
You know, as men, we don't talk about shit. We got it.
Yeah.
You know, we take that, but then it gets a little too heavy at times, and then there's an outlet.
Yeah.
You know, but now it's just like she can tell me like, "Hey, stop being a bitch. What's up?"
Yeah.
I love. You know, my wife is a homie, dude. Like, she's my best
That's
friend.
awesome.
Yeah.
You know, and she can just say like, "Hey, I know something is up."
Well, that's really beautiful that you
Yeah.
guys were able to go your separate ways for a while,
Right.
and then figure out like, oh, this is worth working towards, and then you come back together, and now it's better than it ever was. You
Right.
know, I think that's a really beautiful story.
Yeah.
You know?
It was cool. Like we had 2 kids, so we had to have that relationship, right? But then, the more time we like had spent together because of the kids, we found our friendship again.
Yeah.
Which was pretty fucking dope, and just talked as a friend. Like if she was going through something, she'd come to me. If I was going through something, then go to her. You know.
Mm-hmm.
And then now I'm like, fuck yeah, like I apologize. That was all me. You know, like I was such a dick.
Hey man, you must have a good one, because she put up with that, and the fact that you have fucking ghost STDs.
Yeah, I know, dude. Shit, dude. Like she
You should buy her flowers on the way home.
She's not she likes flowers, but I'll give her something else. A crisp high five.
Crisp high five. I
Yeah,
like
my
it.
wife would take some tacos over flowers any day.
Yeah. And it's just like, it's so crazy though, like, sorry, going back to like the paranormal shit. That kind of re-verifies that if something is attached to me, but I don't know, but her never having anything and tell me
Yeah.
is like crazy. Like, her aunt and uncle that I told you about from Colombia. Maybe I said it already, but when we were moving out, we lived with them, and we were moving into that duplex. Did I talk about that? Maybe
Talk
not.
about the duplex, we're not living with them.
Okay, so their daughter, their eldest daughter, Jessie, she had night terrors, and that was a question that I was going to ask you guys about earlier with the whole sleep paralysis and night terrors. So she would wake up screaming like somebody's hurting her, and then we'd go in there, and then like, she would come to, and she'd be like, "What the fuck are you guys doing in here? Like, what's going on?" Like, she'd be so confused on why we're all in there. Excuse me. And like, we lived there for maybe a month, maybe 2 months before my son Jackson, my oldest son Jackson, was born. And yeah, it was just like we were sleeping in the room while we were finishing up the basement that was right next to her. And there was multiple times where it is just like blood-curdling screaming. And you go in there and all of a sudden, like, she just pops up like, hey, what's going on? Super weird. So when we were moving out, they've had some things happen in that house. Like, her uncle, his name's George, he would say that, I can't remember, it was one of the kids, but they have like a pretty good sized walk-in closet. And there was one day where one of the kids stayed home from school, and he was downstairs watching TV, and he can hear his daughter playing in the upstairs room. And their living room, like the ceiling, I mean, it looks like it's 100 feet tall. Like, so you can fart up there and it would echo through the whole house. Like, it echoes. So he's like, I can hear her playing, like, she's good. Until, like, she started talking, and then he heard a voice respond. So he goes up there, and he's like, hey, you okay? Yeah, I'm just talking to my friend. And he's like, I didn't feel anything negative, so I was just like, okay. And then he went back downstairs. So when we were moving out, minus like the night terrors, I never had experienced anything in that house versus what he had experienced in the home. And they told us that they were going to what's that play called? St. George Toucan or something like that in St. George.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. And so we had just some like food and some clothing left, really, and I had forgotten that they were out of town. So we had pulled up to the driveway. As I'm walking in, I can hear Jessie scream. And I know that scream anywhere because of her night terrors.
Mm-hmm.
So immediately I go in there, and they have this alarm system on, like, if you open the front door, it says front door open, garage door open, you know. And I go in there, and my wife is like, what the fuck is your her? I'm like, Jessie's screaming. Did you not hear her scream? She's like, no. They're out of town. It's like, oh shit. Granted, there's a lot of kids in that neighborhood, so I was like, maybe it was just one of the kids, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the way that they had did the basement was you walk down, you turn left, and that opens up to the main basement, you know, living room, bathroom, and whatnot. You turn right, and it's like a little food cellar, cold storage. So we were in there getting our food, and this is in December, and her aunt is a fanatic when it comes to like Christmas decorations, and their somebody in their ward had painted this. It was actually pretty dope, but like this painting of Jesus on like this wood plaque thing. It's pretty sturdy, pretty cool. And she had it up. They have high shelves in their kitchen. She had it up there, just sitting on the shelf or top of the cabinet. But anyway, so we're down there getting our food, and my wife looks at me. She's like, "Did you hear that?" I didn't hear anything. But then I hear it, and it's super faint, but it sounds like a grown man in pain. Like, you know when you get punched in the gut and you get the wind taken out of you, just that,
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like that, but it was quiet. I don't know what that is. Maybe it's just the house. So we're loading up stuff, and then now we hear it, but this time it feels like it's in between us and more violent, like that, you know, and you're like, oh, fuck this. And then you hear garage door open. Boom! Slam shut. Whew, I got the chills again. And their doors are like heavy mahogany wood. You know, like they're thick.
Mm.
They don't just fucking open up on their own.
Mm-hmm.
And occasionally, like, their dog will sometimes when they're out of town, will leave the garage door open, and the dog will go out there or whatever. So I was like, okay, maybe it's the dog. I fucking hope so. Yeah, and then you hear back door open and sliding glass door, and you hear it shut. Yeah. So my wife and I were like, fuck this. And we start booking it upstairs, and I'm carrying the shit, and as we're coming up, you have to go through the kitchen and go into the front, and I just hear a smack. Like, I look, and that picture of Jesus isn't there anymore. It fell flat on its face on the kitchen counter. So my wife was like, "Nope,
Leave the food.
yeah." So yeah, we left, and that was the only experience I had in that house. But it was like, I wasn't like scared, like genuinely scared, but it was
Unsettling.
that
for
feeling,
sure.
yeah, unsettling. Like I should not be here. Like you're in a place where you shouldn't be. You know, it's so weird, so weird. And then to cap off that night too, holy shit! So to the duplex, we were told that there wasn't a garage door opener, and the garage, there's no door that goes into the house. You have to go out into the front. And so we finished bringing everything into the house. This is probably 10:30 at night. You know, it's pretty dark. It's in December, and I close the garage and I'm walking into the house, and then I see the garage door stop and start opening again. I'm like, what the fuck? So I'm looking to see if anything is blocking the sensors, and nothing. And it was snowing pretty good that evening. And then I look, and it was that duplex was in a cul-de-sac, and there's this lady walking in the middle of the fucking road. You know, just fresh footprints other than, you know, the car's gone through. Just walking through. And she says nothing. And she walks up my driveway. She goes into my garage and starts climbing on top of my car. I'm like, what the shit? I'm like, you are high, lady. So I go over there. I'm like, excuse me, ma'am. Like, what do you need? I just need my carpet. I just need my carpet. And she had just started climbing on the hood of my car, and she came down, and she started rocking back and forth. I just need my carpet. I just need my carpet. And so I was like, it's okay. She's older. She kind of looks ragged, you know, like drugs, ragged, you know. And I didn't realize it until she said it, but there's like rafters up in the garage, and there's some random shit up there. And she's like, I just need my carpet. I just need my carpet. I kept saying it over and over and over. I was like, okay, I'll get it. And she tries to climb my car again. I was like, okay, you need to get the fuck off my car. She's like, well, this is my house. I was like, no, it's not. She's like, well, I lived here. And I was like, it's not your house anymore. She's like, well, I just need my carpet. And she, every time she mentioned the carpet, she would just, like, fold her arms and like cross like that and start rocking back and forth. I just need my carpet. I just need my carpet. So I was like, fuck, fine, I'll get it for you. And it was just a little cutout of the rug that was ripped from the house. And so, I mean, it wasn't big. Maybe a little 3 foot by 4 foot section, not big at all.
Like a doormat.
Yeah, but really is what it looked like. And so I was like, she asked me if I could carry it for her to the place that she was living, which is at like the end of the cul-de-sac, kind of like on a corner house. And she's like, oh, here's a garage door opener. I was like, okay, thank you. And then she just had this like weird, creepy smile, you know, just like kind of like a half-assed smile. But it's just, I don't know, I didn't like it. And then, you know, she went, and that was the last time I ever like genuinely saw her. And then I found out like she was like on drugs here and there. Like she was a recovering addict, I guess.
Did you ever find out if she actually did live in the duplex?
Oh, she did. She was the one who was doing the satanic
rituals.
rituals.
I was gonna say.
And I forgot to mention that part earlier, but that was the last time I like really saw her. I guess after all that shit went down, she dove down the drug line real hard. And I was told that she did drugs here and there before, like recovering, and she would just do it here and there. I don't know the truth behind that. Who fucking knows? But I mean, it was a cutout. She said it was a cutout from the house. She wanted a piece of the house with her. And I don't know, was that part of the rug where she was doing her main rituals? I don't know. It was weird, but there was other people who had been there for 6 to 10 years, and they never liked that lady. Like, she was just off. Like, it wasn't like she was mean or anything. She just kind of kept to herself, but they've always said that she was just kind of out there.
That's creepy. Dude.
Weird. Yeah, she's a weirdo. Probably
Yeah, as you were telling the story, I was like, is this the chick who tied the kids up?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is the same one.
Yeah, my ass cheeks are sore from sitting on the edge of this seat.
Yeah. Fuck sakes.
Now I kind of want to go do an investigation there.
You know, I've thought about that too, because I've drove by it a couple times, and it's like hit and miss. Sometimes there's people living there, sometimes not. I've always just been interested to fuck around and find out. You know. there was another duplex that was one house away from us, and we lived there for 2 years, and for 2 years there's nobody who lived in this part of that duplex ever. And so one of the last nights that we were there, you know, we invited some of the neighbors, you know, kind of did a little barbecue and was drinking and stuff, and they were saying that they've seen some shit in that place as well. So I was like, fuck it, let's go check it out. Let's see if there's a window open or something. And one of the back windows were open, so we crawled through it. And, you know, it looked like people left in a hurry, which is weird. But nothing was moldy. I mean, there's no food or anything. Like, it didn't smell old, if that makes sense, like stale.
Yeah.
But it didn't feel weird until you go, and I'm assuming it's the kids' room because the majority of like kids' stuff was in there. And then there was writings inside of the closet, like Satan was here, the devil is my friend, Satan is king, like just, and then like the what do they call that star looking
Pentagram?
The pentagram.
Yeah.
Like things like that, and then goat heads drawn and 666 everywhere. Like it was just weird. Like Satan was here, the devil is my friend. It was just, that's when it really started to feel weird. And maybe it was just because seeing that, then now I'm like, fuck that.
Well, in conjunction with them having left in a hurry.
Right, and it was just
in conjunction with all the other shit you've already seen.
it was just, I felt like we needed to get out of there. And we spent maybe 10-15 minutes overall in that place, but that room, and it was like the kids' room where that shit sat in the closet. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh, you can definitely, like, there's every experience I've ever had, there's always been a feeling that, you know, if you felt the feeling, you know what it is, you know?
Right.
And can't explain how it feels, but if you've experienced anything like that, you know that heavy darkness, that it's a feeling that,
Yeah.
And it's not even a describable one of like dread or just unsettlement. It's a weird cocktail of all the shit you don't want to feel.
Yeah. And you said it perfect. Heavy.
Yeah.
It's weird. Like that. Almost feels like the air you're breathing feels thick.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's so wild.
It's like when you have a dream when you try to run and you can't run. That heavy,
oh, yeah.
like,
yeah.
just moving through space is heavy.
Have you ever had that at work? Any place at work?
Like feeling of dread kind of thing?
Well, no, just like it feels weird.
I've never had that at our work, but when I worked for Got Junk, I felt that in a couple places.
Right.
Where, yeah.
I felt it at work one time. And you'll have to ask Travis about this when you see him. So after the line next door, 16 went down, I remember kind of having that weird unsettled feeling, just like something's kind of off. Not real bad, it was just more like a passing feeling. And Travis, I kind of said something about it, and Travis goes, yeah, I swear I saw somebody going through the ovens. It's like they're down. The whole line is, strung up and all that. There's no maintenance being done. He's like, I'm pretty sure I saw somebody peeking out between the ovens.
Right.
which is like there was no reason for anybody to be there. It was on a graveyard too, probably over the weekend, I think. So it's like all my people on my line are accounted for. None of my people are going to be over there. The only other person who should have been over there was him. And if he's the one who saw it, it's just kind of like, in the way the timing worked out with that was, like I had that feeling, and then shortly thereafter he said he saw something, but we hadn't talked about it until after both events happened.
Right.
So it was just one of those like kind of unsettling things.
Yeah. Right.
And there was one guy who died there, so.
Yeah. And then that other guy, Northrop.
Well, not too long ago, yeah.
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 Well, I guess he didn't die on property, but I don't know if you guys heard about that. This was maybe 6 months ago or less. But I don't know where he was at. I know it was down below, but there's some chemicals that were being dealt with that there was no potential exotherm, and it did. For whatever reason. Granted, I don't know the full accurate story, but he was taken to the hospital and he eventually had passed away. And they said it was from the inhalation of those chemicals. So he didn't pass on property, but yeah, it was kind of crazy.
Can you imagine? You pass away, and the place that you end up haunting is work.
Yeah, like what?
That sounds
are you
miserable, dude.
Man, it's crazy. And I know, like 2 and 3, like that building overall has been there for a long time, and I've heard quite a few stories.
Yeah.
About that place, and I've had a few things happen there, like making rope or whatever, changing out the rope material, and it sounds like there's multiple people laughing and joking, like they're walking down to come grab some rope, and then I kind of like peek my head out, and there's nobody fucking there.
Yeah.
And Monkey has said the exact same thing. And I
wonder
have
if that's why Troya doesn't spend a lot of time down there.
Oh my god, dude. And I learned this last weekend. So, Jeremy, maintenance on day shift. So him and his wife and kiddos came over they hadn't met the girls yet. And so we were just shooting the shit. And I don't know how it got brought up, but we were just talking about it. And he was saying that All Red hates the pilot line. That he's had some sketchy shit happen in there. Like, well, that makes sense, because there was a time where All Red was in there quite often. He was working on something, whatever it was, and I would go in there and scare the shit out of him. But he said like, the reason why he's so sketched out, he's like, he was working on whatever it was in there, and then he heard like a scream. It's like, oh, well, fuck it, maybe it's the building. Kept working on shit, and then it was like loud. Just screamed, just Aah! He was like, fuck this, and took off. He hates that building. And I had an experience in there fairly recently. It was before my girls were born, so about a month ago. But I was on a night shift. It was on a Tuesday night, I believe. Anyways, some people hit me up for tools for something, whatever it was. And I know sometimes the pilot line has those tools, so I was looking in there. And it's night shift, so normally nobody's in there. That building in itself makes all sorts of noises.
Mm-hmm.
And when you walk in, there's like this open area, there's a lab, and like stairs that go up to like this mezzanine with a bunch of like, it's actually kind of cool shit, like dated to like 1967, like documents and old school engineering equipment. So it's kind of fascinating.
Yeah.
But I was looking for some of these tools, and then I hear it was clear as day, just a couple people talking, but it kind of sounded like they were off in the distance. So I was like, oh shit, well, somebody else is here. I'll go see who it is and let them know, hey, I'm looking for this if you've seen it. So I come around the corner, And the lights are off other than like the generator lights. And there's nobody. I walk the whole line. Nobody. Whatever, fuck it. So I go up to 6 and 7 and I run into one of these guys, and I'm telling him about it, and he's like, man, let's go. I want to see. So I was like, all right, let's go. And one of the poly guys. So I take him down there and I'm telling him.
Is it bad that I instantly knew you were talking about a poly guy?
Well, yeah. Older guy, Star. And there's at the bottom of those stairs that goes up to that mezzanine, there's like a plastic chain. And so like I'm telling him like what I had heard before, and there's a room. I was looking for there's like a small krill that we use to make 24K for rope. And I was looking for this little krill, and I saw this room, so I was like, what's in here? Look in there, and it looks kind of like a miniature one of the MC rooms.
Mm.
So I go in there, and there's a couple 55-gallon drums, electrical shit everywhere, the tools. But for some reason, I didn't like the feeling of that room. Not necessarily like I didn't belong there, but it was just heavy. Like I don't like it. Whatever it is, I don't like it. And I left. So I was telling Star about it, and I take him up to that mezzanine, and I'm showing him these cool things, and you hear like this tink, and it's not the building. Like when it's the building. We kind of look at each other like, you heard that, right? But we didn't say anything, and we just keep fucking off, and you hear it again, and it's louder. And he looks back and he's like, come on, motherfucker, come on. I was like, what is your gout asking me, dude? I can outrun you. You're just going to be limping behind. But, so I was like, it sounded like it was the plastic chain. I could be wrong. So we were already heading down anyway. So I was like, maybe it was it. The middle section of that chain was still swinging, like swaying. I was like, well, maybe it was the vibration of us moving around up there. I don't know. So I pick up the chain and I just, I don't know, maybe waist high, and I drop it. It's the exact same fucking sound.
Mm-hmm.
So he was like, well, that's kind of fucking, he's like, I don't know if I want to be in here anymore. So I was like, well, fuck. Well, I still need to look for it was the sheaths, that's what it was, for you guys. Let's go over here. They usually have some in this desk. As we're going over, like, you hear these voices. And he's like, man, fuck this. So I was like, all right, cool. So I was like, fuck it, let's go. And we're walking out, and I was like, I had to show him that room. Just to see if he felt anything. And he said he was a total skeptic. And it was just fun to, like, tell him something that was going on. And then the sheer fact that it was fucking happening while he was there, I take him in that room. He's like, I don't know what it is, but I do not like this room. And I was like, I feel you. I don't know why. I don't know what it is. And he's like, I gotta go. And then we left. So it was just interesting. Very, very interesting. And I've only had like a small handful of things ever happen at work, but that one was by far the most active thing.
So I missed it because I went to the bathroom. Where's this room at?
The pilot line on where line 3's at?
Yeah.
So if you go in there, they have like their take-up area.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it would be the maintenance side. The take-up's on the back. There's a room back there. Not very big. Maybe about as big as where we're at right here. Not very big at all. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Like there's no reason for that room to feel the way it did.
Oh, I know where I'm going when we go back to work.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should swing by and grab me. We'll go down there.
I'm gonna see how Gary feels.
Go
about
get
that
some
one.
rope.
Yeah. Gotta go get some rope.
High chances are the doors are locked, but they do know a way. So. I'll tell you that off
Talk
air.
about that.
I don't know. I got an in with my foreman. He probably has a key.
More likely.
Just say you need to go get some sheets.
Some sheets.
Yeah.
The first experience I ever had at Hexel. How long have you guys been there?
Almost 9.
Almost 9 years.
So, do you guys remember the warehouse, the old big fuck all shelving system that they used to have?
Mm-hmm.
So I was walking through. I think I was. Can't remember if I was on 6 and 7 or line 11 at the time. I don't remember, but I do remember it was a night shift, and I was on 6 and 7. We ran out of DOF tape, and I was walking through up to that little mezzanine above that office where they stored all the DOF tape at the time. And as I was walking back, I smelled almost like perfume, and there's nobody in there. It's kind of weird, but I kept walking. Like maybe one of the females walked through or whatever it was, and I hear something like almost like scurry across the floor, like a animal, I guess. It's weird. So like I'm kind of like looking underneath the shelving. Excuse me, and my pen falls out of my pocket. And right as I realize it, I go to step and I accidentally kick my pen underneath the fucking shelving. I'm like, well, fuck it. That sucks. But all of a sudden, the pen shoots right back fucking at me and hits my foot. And spins like 3-4 times. I left the fucking pen there. But yeah, that was the only other experience I had there. But it was like super weird. I smelled that. Heard something like scurry, which could have been anything, right? It was weird. Dropped my pen, thrown back at me.
It was Becky.
Becky Malmo.
Her pocket pills. Her pocket full of happiness.
Pocket? It's a fucking bag.
Jesus
It's a
Christ.
gallon Ziploc bag.
You know what sucks is I was told that when I was deployed, there was a group of people that were just interesting. Like people coming in with like literal luggage filled with shit. People, wackos dumpster diving in like the metal bin behind the maintenance shop. Just wackos. And I'm like, man, how come I always miss the fun ones? Man, there's been some interesting people.
Yeah, I haven't had anything happen there. I've heard a few people talk about that warehouse in general.
Yeah.
Just, I've never heard actual stories, but they alluded to some weird shit happening there.
Right. In the warehouse, that was the only thing that ever happened.
Well, you can ask the packaging people, but they're not going to know anything. They never leave the break room.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know. I'm not asleep.
You know what I do find interesting about where we work, and I think I've told you this or I said it on another episode. You know what Randonautica is?
Mm-mm.
So it's an app that you can download, and it's basically like a quantum point generator. It'll randomly generate a point on a map and give you GPS coordinates to it. But you're supposed to use it in conjunction with like something you're trying to manifest to see or experience. So like you'll bring it up and say, oh, I want to see something scary, and hit generate point, and it'll create a point for you to go to, and then you go inspect that area and see if there's anything that fits that criteria that you were looking for. So I live near Hexel too.
Okay.
And every once in a while I'll open it up and I'll say, you know, I want to see something scary or something paranormal, or I want to see aliens or something. And it takes me to the same point almost exclusively, and it's just in that field. You know, if you drive down gate 22,
Right.
you make that right-hand curve, but if you look to the left, there's that big field. It's down in that field, same point over and over and over.
Really?
It's strange.
Is it kind of by 2 and 3?
No, opposite side.
Oh, opposite side.
In between, like,
Bacchus.
Hexel and Bacchus.
Oh, further up
West,
west.
yeah. And I know there's like there's a building down there, but it's just away from the building. So it's always kind of creeped me out, and every once in a while I think about hopping the fence and going over there and taking a look, but it's private property.
Right. I've heard a couple people say that they have seen some things in those fields, just like orbs or whatever, or something kind of moving.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Wouldn't surprise me. There's a
Prime real estate for another factory or another manufacturing gig or a warehouse is right there, because you're right off of Bacchus, which leads right to the 201, primary transportation location, and yet it's sitting there as an unmolested field for decades.
I'm pretty sure that is owned by Northrop.
Yeah.
It is.
And there is, and I've seen them, but it's more on the Matrix side. But they have kind of like bunkers.
Yeah.
Where they store. Sweet Thought was telling me. I think it's where they store whatever the chemical agent is for fuel, rocket fuel or something like that. Something weird. But.
Well, that all used to be just Hercules.
Right.
Yeah.
And then they split into ATK or whatever it was.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the ghost aliens are making their rockets.
Yeah.
It's got to be.
Do that, and there's another place. I'll have to ask Scott. We always call it Uterus. I think it's called Uters. Uttrs. And I can't remember if it's on the way over here, if there's a turn off, but it is, or if it's further south. I can't remember, but that place is fun and interesting. Not where near as close as why am I drawing a blank here?
Dugway?
Dugway.
I think I know what you're talking about. It's on the other side of this other set of mountains right here.
Could be, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not very big. Like, I don't think people would know it was there. Just driving by. Other than Dugway, you fucking know it's Dugway.
Yeah.
That place is an entity in its fucking own.
Area 52.
Jesus, Murphy. Like, when we went there, one of our E5s was saying, however long prior to us being there, there was an accident. And it took out a section of the fence. And before the sun rose, they had repaired that section of the fence, and I guess it was a pretty good section.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a bunch of like homes that line there, and I've seen the houses, and it's just like, it's weird. Like, there's just a row of houses, but that's it. But the few times that I've ever drove past there, like, I've never seen a single body, a single person. Mm-hmm. And then the E5 who was telling us this story, he's like, I think they're fucking tunnels. Because he's like, I've been coming out here for years and years, and I've never seen anybody come in or out of those houses.
Well, that's what we were talking about in our last episode with Colby, is that there's potentially a series of tunnels under Tooele County.
I believe it.
Yeah.
Well, I believe it.
Just because Tooele is so in such close proximity to Dugway and Tooele Proving Grounds and the Army Depot, where they were getting rid of like mustard gas and chemical agents.
They did that at the depot?
Yeah. So they actually have sirens that go off. Probably hear them out. It's today, Wednesday, right?
Yep.
Like 3:30 Wednesday afternoon, they have the sirens go off for like a chemical escape.
Jesus.
Yeah. So it's like a fucking, like a tornado siren. You hear them all throughout the county, and it's like, this is just a test of the Tooele emergency system or whatever it is. But yeah, you can hear them all throughout the whole city, the whole valley. So we were talking about the potential of having like a series of tunnels throughout the area that were like fallout shelter type
I believe it.
tunnels, and he was talking about how his grandma's house down in the basement, there was a section that was like boarded off, that they opened it up, and it was like a tunnel that went through, and they never went into it, but he thought it was like something that connected to a bigger series of tunnels.
Total missed
Nice.
opportunity.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, there's this place. I never was there personally. A lot of the guys that I was with, they had been up there multiple times, but that rat path I was telling you guys about earlier, like the mountain range that was west of us, however far away it was, but they were widening a section of the road for semis to go up there. And I always thought that was interesting in itself, because even before that, like, I heard stories about where they were going. I can't remember the name of it. Maybe Scott was a part of it. I'll have to hit him up about it. But it was like this weird bunker area that was supposedly pretty good size. Like, a section of it looked like a jet could go out of it, but then it wouldn't be long enough for something to go out of it. Like, there was doors that would go to nothing. Or just, it would be a door in a large area, and then now you're looking down the fucking cliffside.
When we were doing our
What are the
research for
semis doing up there delivering shit regularly?
when we were doing our research for the Dugway episode, there was people that would talk about like convoys of hundreds of vehicles that would drive into these doors, like you were talking about, like a garage type thing.
Yeah.
I mean, 100 cars just going through there like they're going into a tunnel or something,
Oh yeah.
and they would just disappear.
There was this random, like, I don't know, mountain. It wasn't very big, just off in the distance. I want to say this was the first or second night we were there. And we knew that there was some section, like, past beyond that, where at times they would detonate shit. But I was told that they would let us know. There'd be a siren that go off to make sure that everybody was clear. And it had to been minimum 2 miles away from us, I would say. But we were just, like, chilling there. We were sitting kind of by we have the portable shitters. I don't know why we were hanging around by the shitters. Fuck, I don't know. But we were looking, like, you could just see the stars. Like, it was just beautiful, just shooting the shit. And just some of the older vets just kind of telling us, like, weird stories about Dugway. And then you see this bright light, just, it looked like something had exploded behind this little random small mountain that's there.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, dude. What the fuck was that? And then it started, like, pulsating in, like, 3 to 4s, just woof, woof, woof. And then it would stop. And then it would pick up again. Like, it would do it 3 to 4 times. I don't know how long in between, like, the intervals, but it would just do that. And so, like, at first we were like, oh shit, like, somebody's in trouble. They didn't give us any warning. But we never heard a fucking single sound, which was interesting. Even if you saw a flash of a boom like that, and even that far away, and we're essentially in a bowl, you're gonna hear it.
Oh yeah.
You're gonna hear it. But you never heard anything.
No, you can hear the detonations because they detonate still out there
Well, I bet.
at
Yeah.
the Twila Army Depot. All the munitions, they detonate them, and it's usually like they'll put out a thing on like Twila Facebook or whatever saying that they're doing detonations at certain times, and then
Right.
you can hear them here clear.
Well, I bet.
And you can even sometimes the house will shake a little bit.
Yeah. Come to think about it, every time that would happen, and it happened a handful of times, there would be, I don't know, the best way to describe it is it looked like a large campfire. Way off in the distance, though. But it would just be pretty high up. You can kind of, like, see, like, the way that the flames lick the air, and it would just drop down. And I don't know how far beneath or before the ground, and then it'd sit there, and then it'd shoot straight back up, and it'd do that multiple times for at least 2-3 minutes. Just do that. It wouldn't, like, go side to side, just up and down, and it would stop randomly at random elevations, and then it would just shoot up and be gone. But it always happened after that we would see like those flashes on the southern mountain, and it would, where we'd see that whatever the fuck it was would be on the complete opposite side.
Mm-hmm.
It was so weird, and there was like 2-3 nights where we saw that, where it was just, and it was pretty late in the evening, but
Testing out those alien reproduction vehicles.
Yeah.
could be.
Yeah. There were like stories of them having some kind of a huge laser out there too that people reported
really?
seeing. Yeah, shooting into the sky.
That's interesting. There's one of my wife's friends, her husband worked for his uncle for his local trucking company, and they had landed a good contract. I think it was between Camp Williams and Dugway, and it was just delivering various sizes of Jersey barriers. And we were out camping one time and we were talking about Dugway, and I'm telling him like these stories, and he's like, dude, I've only been there a handful of times just to make some deliveries, but he's like, every time that I went there, it was just complete lockdown. Like, he wasn't allowed outside of his truck. They threw his chains, took care of everything for him. And he said that there a couple runs he delivered, and it looked like what are they, like hangars, like airplane hangars, just lined up. Just, I don't know, he said forever long, it seemed like. And the few times that he had made some deliveries, they've always been closed. He's never seen them open. And he's like, well, granted, I've only done a handful of deliveries there. Maybe it's just that time where they're closed. Who fucking knows? But there's one time where he did drive through, and there was a hangar that was open up like maybe 5 feet, 4 feet, whatever. And he kind of like saw it out of the corner of his eye, and he's like looking at it. He's like, every time that I had gone where those hangars are at, he's had escorted by 2 Humvees, one in the front, one in the back, with a gunner and everything, and multiple like civilian SUV vehicles. And he said he's looking, and it looked like there was, he's like, it didn't look like there was a plane, but there was something under there, and it was not a plane. I don't know how to explain it, but it was weird. And he saw the guy in front of him hop on the radio, and then there was like quite a few people that came out and started hurrying up, closing that hangar. And then they would usually take him to a turnaround point. They didn't do that. They were getting him out of there, like had him back up and get the fuck out of there. Like, weird. It's just a weird place. It's a mystery.
Yeah, I want to go there.
Same. So I want to kind of round back to some of the more like ghost, spirit, paranormal stuff.
Gotcha.
And ask you guys a couple questions, and I want to ask both of you, since you guys have somewhat similar experiences. Have you ever considered going to like a medium and just see what they can read off of you? Have you ever considered that?
I really haven't. Be interesting though. I mean, the only experience I've had with that was when we got married. When Karen and I got married, we went to Hawaii and got married on the beach, and we hired this lady to do our like ceremony and shit. And she's this Hawaiian lady that does like a Hawaiian ceremony type thing, but she's also like a proclaimed medium, self-proclaimed medium. And so we went out to dinner with her before, like so we were going to do a rehearsal, but we went out to dinner with her just to kind of talk to her and let her get to know us and get to know her. And she was talking to us, and then she just stopped and she's like, yeah, I just want to let you know that there's another spirit here with us, and he's following you guys around. It's a little male spirit, seems happy, but just want to let you know that he's here with us right now. Okay, that's weird, but you're good for Tuesday, right?
That didn't mean anything to you, though?
At the time, no. I mean, even looking back at it now, like, there was nothing I could connect to it at all. So, well, so like the next day, well, right after so we went to Hawaii and we were there for like 4 days before we got married, and then we stayed there for like another week after. And then, so Kara's uncle was staying, he lived with us, and like the day after we got married, he called us up and was like, yeah, I didn't want to call you guys, before your ceremony and stuff, and I just want to let you know that Hustle died. He got hit by a car. It was our little cat. Our little male cat. And so Kara was like, that's a little male spirit that she was feeling. Like, maybe, I guess, yeah. She said he's happy, though, so we're good. But, yeah, nothing else I could connect to it.
I've thought about it a lot. I've never done it. I don't know if I believe in a medium. I don't know. I'm 50-50. I believe, but I don't.
Yeah, I'm very skeptical on it, just for the fact that you've seen so many on TV and on YouTube and shit, where it's just like, no, you guys are mentalists. You're not actual mediums. You're playing people, and that's wrong. But I do believe there are people out there who have that kind of gift, and they can control it in a way that's meaningful and helpful to other people. Like you're saying, the woman who performed your ceremony just randomly popped off, hey, there's this fucking little boy spirit following you around, just so you know.
Yeah.
Didn't make a big deal about it. Wasn't like, oh, let's get this on camera or anything like that. It was just like, hey, just so you know. Little FYI.
Yeah.
So I do think that there is some sense of rationality to at least try it.
Right. I have a hard time with it, especially nowadays with social media.
Yeah.
Like how easy is it to find things?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. They can just easily dig. Well, they posted that this person died. Or whatever this is.
Yeah.
Hey, I see.
There's a name coming to me.
Yeah.
Starts with a
A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
Starts with a letter. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah.
What was that guy? John Edwards.
Yeah.
Crossing over with John Edwards.
Mm-hmm.
Huge fucking fraud.
Yeah.
I think that would be interesting for you guys, and I also think something like, and I'm really going to sound kind of bananas, but I think it's worth a shot, is like Reiki, however you pronounce it. Yeah. I think that'd be cool to, at least go give it a shot, and then just see if it, changes anything in your perspective, or if, you no longer have sleep paralysis or whatever, just see if it does anything at all.
Yeah.
How often do you have that sleep paralysis?
I've only had it maybe a total of 10 times throughout my life, maybe.
I just had it that once.
Well,
But I also have sleep apnea, so that might just be me choking to death in my sleep. So I haven't had it in quite a while. Last time I had it was probably 15 years ago, maybe.
That kind of goes back to the question I had earlier about what's the difference between sleep paralysis and night terrors?
So, I used to have night terrors, like, pretty often. Oh, are you getting a call? Oh.
No.
So, side note, we have kind of this new thing to where when you get a call from a scammer or whatever, you have to answer it on air and just troll that person really hard.
Oh, I'm in.
You're just like,
Bob's Whorehouse, we got the dough, we got the hoe, how may I help you?
we sat down and 40 minutes into an episode, 49 minutes into one episode, and he had 5 calls.
Oh, really?
So yeah, it just became a trope, just answer it and talk shit.
Wow, last year during tax season, my wife had gotten a call. My wife's a stud, but she answered it. What'd she say? Danielle's Mortuary and Pizzeria, where yesterday's loss is today's sauce. How may I help you? Fucking golden. But the dude stayed on the phone with her. And then I had him going for about 40 minutes. And he was trying to say that if we didn't pay the IRS this debt, that FBI and whatnot was going to be knocking on our door. Like, just crazy shit. And I was going off of saying, this is not the stand-up mower that we had ordered. I wanted the sit-down one, not the stand-up. And it was just fucking with him. I was like, so then we got the sit-down one, but I wanted the stand-up one. Like, just fuck. And he was, at the end of it, he was like, you motherfucker, fuck you, you bitch. Like, it was hilarious. Anyway, sorry.
All I can think about is my favorite one that we didn't get recorded. Idiot.
Yeah.
This telemarketer calls his phone, and we had just been joking about Blue Chew, and he's like, y'all sponsor Blue Chew? And she goes, idiot, and hangs up.
Yep.
Well, it was like a fucking one of the scams where they try to see if you're on Medicare and get your Medicare number and shit.
Yeah.
It's kind of sketchy now. Like, I've had a couple calls who say that, like, they're from the VA.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, they know some information.
Yeah.
That's like, okay, well, maybe you're legit. But I don't trust it. You know?
Yeah.
But then come to find out, like, it's definitely a scam.
Yeah.
But it's like, that's what's scary nowadays with technology and social media.
I couldn't imagine the VA going out of their way to try to help you, so...
Right, like the last one I got, it was taking funds from my VA. Like a percentage of the funds from the VA to, it was a program to go to, like, debt. Like, if you're 10 grand and under in debt, there's a program that you can do through the VA where they take a certain percentage and they'll attribute that to your debt. You go
Yeah, it sounds like total horseshit.
Oh, 100% is. But it's like, how many veterans out there who are like, fuck, why not?
Yeah.
Whatever. You know, how many people are out there?
Yeah.
Fuck that. Yeah, they're smart little fucks.
Yeah, the one I get now about at least like 6 or 7 times a day is... And it's always a computer program like asking me if I have Medicare Part A and B,
Right.
and if I'm over 65. And I'm like, no, I don't have that. No, I'm not over 65. Oh, great. Let me get my senior advisor on the phone.
Right.
And then click, and then it comes up immediately, that fucking Indian accent, and it's like, oh yeah, fucking scammer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saved quite a few voicemails. And they're like, now they've gotten smarter, so it's an automated, like, voicemail thing. Like, your case number is Delta Echo 973 Foxtrot 4. And if this is Timothy Shomkel, press 1 or whatever. It's like the IRS is trying to collect this. If you don't respond by, like, June 7th, we will start garnishing your checks. Please respond to this number. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, fuck all that.
You smart fucks. We're in the wrong business.
It's funny usually because it's always the same scripted program, but it's always like broken English almost. There's some words that don't go together.
Yeah.
And it's funny because I know that it's them typing it out and just having like the computer program read it from their script, but they've mistyped a word, or they're fucking
Right.
misconjugated words and shit like that.
Yeah.
And so it's like, yeah, this is totally fake.
Little
I'm gonna
fucks.
fuck with this guy.
I figured if anything was like that serious, they would send mail,
Yeah.
Yeah, certified mail.
certified mail.
Yeah, the IRS actually does not call for anything. They'll
No.
only send you a letter.
No, they just send an auditor to your house.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, the whole night terror thing. So, first time I ever actually witnessed somebody having a night terror, it was fucking miserable. So I was at my sister's house, and they're kind of known for, you know, always having people over and drinking in the garage and shit like that. And it's always nice, you know, it's fun. But they had one friend over, and I was visiting, and they live in California. And so I was staying on the couch, and one of their friends, you know, he got really fucking hammered, and he's sleeping on the other couch because it's like a huge sectional, you know.
Right.
And he's like flipping his shit. He would stay asleep for maybe 15 minutes at a time, and then he'd wake up, and he's like, oh shit, oh fuck, and he's like crying and sobbing, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on with this dude? Like, I didn't even know what night terrors were.
Right.
And so I asked my sister the next day. She's like, yeah, he has night terrors. It's even worse when he's drinking. I was like, cool, next time he can have them outside. I didn't sleep for shit.
His
But-
night terrors were giving me night terrors.
Yeah, because I couldn't sleep longer than 15 fucking minutes. As for mine, I didn't even know I was doing it. My ex would tell me, like, you had a night terror last night. It's news to me. Because I would remember having, like, a nightmare or a bad dream, but I guess in real life I'm, like, yelling and talking and being noisy and moving around and thrashing and shit in my sleep, and it's like, I don't know that I'm doing that. I just know I'm having a nightmare. But what she's seeing is just me, like, going fucking bananas, you know, in the bed next to her. And so she told me about it, and I'm like, yeah, I don't remember doing any of that.
That's crazy. Wonder what causes it.
I honestly, like, for me, I think it was just a huge, like, adrenaline dump.
Yeah.
Because you're having this bad dream, and so you're trying to compensate, you know, with the fear and everything by releasing adrenaline or even serotonin to some level to try to balance it out, but then you're kind of counteracting that chemical that your body releases to keep you paralyzed. So you're moving and you're acting out your dreams, and I think it's just a physiological thing more than anything.
Yeah, I've had nightmares and stuff, but I don't think I've ever suffered from night terrors that I know about or that I can remember.
I think the only difference in my experience, since I knew I was doing it, between having just like a regular nightmare and having a night terror is if I had a night terror, I didn't wake up covered in sweat. But if I had like a nightmare and I was in that fully paralyzed state, like, I'm fucking soaked. Like, I need to get up in the middle of the night and change my clothes because I'm sweating so bad. And I think that's just like, you're in that paralyzed state. It's my body is just trying to heat up to kick out, you know, that chemical so that I'll wake up and I'll get up and move and I'm no longer trapped, you know, within a bad dream. Versus I'm not getting that paralytic agent, so my body's just like flailing and shit like that.
But you don't remember what you're dreaming about,
I pretty much always remember what I dream about.
even with those night terrors?
Yeah.
Really?
And it's usually, probably sounds kind of silly, but I would just remember like unbridled rage, just being so angry at nothing, or I don't know how to like articulate it. It would be like interactions or whatever like you would normally have in a dream, but I just feel so pissed off and just like Hulk level rage. And even in the dream, I'm not taking it out on anybody or anything, but I feel it even though I'm asleep.
So it could be like a random context of the dream. You would just randomly fucking feel rage.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Just like uncontrollable. But even in the dream, I'm not like expressing it. It's just there.
Is there any like common thing that sets it off in a dream? Like a common context of it?
Not really.
Huh. Interesting. So then is sleep paralysis kind of the same, except you're more awake? I don't know, like more aware, if that makes sense? Because the stories I've heard...
Most of the time it's
today.
people that are waking up to being paralyzed or having that feeling of somebody's in the room with them.
Right.
That's the sleep paralysis, and they're waking up and they're experiencing the feeling of somebody being in the room with them, or also seeing these entities or whatever they are in the room with them. And a lot of the times they're like choking them or holding them down or
Right.
touching them physically, but they're awake in their mind. They're awake
Right.
at that point. So
Interesting.
Yeah, it's like from a physiological standpoint, they're paralyzed, but they're cognizant,
Mm-hmm.
more or less, and I think something to do with that limerent state of being in between, like you're susceptible to some kind of attack, whether your mind is creating it and your body is just representing it, or if
Right.
it is actually something spiritual or demonic or whatever.
yeah,
I wonder. I read something a little bit ago because my wife does this, where like right before, like I know she's genuinely asleep, she kind of like jolts.
Yeah.
Sometimes more violent than others, but she'll do that. And it's like maybe 5-ish, if that, minutes after that, like I know she's racked.
My ex did the exact same thing.
Racked out.
I do that every once in a while.
And I was reading this thing where there are some people that when they go to sleep, like a deep sleep like that, the body will jolt itself to make sure.
You're not dead.
Yeah. But then there's also people who kind of like float that like maybe light sleepers. And maybe it has something to do with whatever is going on in your life. Like if
Yeah.
you're a firefighter, like you're gonna probably sleep a little bit lighter,
Mm-hmm.
or military where you get that sleep where you can get it, but it's a deep sleep, but you hear something, you're fucking up and at 'em, or even to a newborn,
Mm-hmm.
you know, where you're pretty much in that deep sleep, but if they like whimper in any way, you're up and at 'em.
Yeah.
So maybe that's what it could be, is like that light sleep where it seems like you're awake but you're not, and maybe why some dreams seem more vivid, or you're more apt to have the sleep paralysis. I don't know, because I was just thinking on my own experience, like my boy Jax, he was only like 2 months old, and like I said, I was a pretty light sleeper
Mm-hmm.
at that point. Like maybe was that it, you know? Also being a new father,
Yeah.
you know, if anything was to happen, like fuck you, like
Yeah.
come
Yeah.
get it, you know? I don't know.
I think the people I know that are really heavy sleepers, I think are all kind of perpetually emotionally exhausted, and then that translates to physical exhaustion.
Mm-hmm.
And I could draw a parallel of that to basically everybody I know who's a really heavy sleeper, where these people either have stressful jobs, or they spend all day trapped in their head, or they can be over emotional in the way they feel, or they feel things so intensely that it's like when they finally get to that place of rest at the end of the day, it's just like, I'm fucking done. I've got nothing left in the tank. And then they go into this like exhaustive sleep where they're out.
Right.
But usually it's because they're falling asleep so fast that their body jolts them to make sure, hey, don't die.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So I was listening to, probably about a year ago, it was one of Joe Rogan's podcasts. He had a neuroscientist that was talking about sleep, and he talked about night terrors and sleep paralysis and that feeling of like falling off a cliff and then you jolt awake. And from what I understood, he was talking about it like you're riding that, it's just that in between, like we were talking about, that in between the light sleep and the heavy sleep, and just crossing that threshold of like trying to stay awake and going to sleep. Your body is just almost hits like a speed bump,
Yeah.
as you're crossing that line. But that was a really interesting podcast. I can't remember what the guy's name was. I think if you just look up Sleep Doctor on Joe Rogan's podcast.
I'll give that a listen.
But yeah, he talks about like sleep paralysis and you know what the science behind that is, and but I was mostly listening to it because he was saying that like lack of sleep is now they're trying to get that as like a listed as like a pre-existing condition for like heart failure and medical diagnoses, because lack of sleep and a buildup of lack of sleep is like really bad for you, really bad for you. And it's not like the way that he was talking about it is like, say you sleep like 6 hours a night or 5 hours a night every day for 5 days as you're working through a regular people's work week.
What's
that? And they say like, oh yeah, I'll just catch up on sleep on the weekend. And so like on Saturday or whatever, they'll sleep for like 10 hours, try to make up for the sleep that they lost. It doesn't really work that way. You don't really bank sleep that way. Your mind is deteriorating as your lack of sleep builds always and just compounds on itself. So.
It does. I mean, even yesterday morning when we got off of work, I went home and got a shower and laid down, and I remember the last time I looked at the clock, it said 8:22, and my alarm's going off at 1:30 for me to get up so I can get up and try to be productive and then go back to bed that night and like reset my body clock. But even after I got up, and I really drug my feet getting out of bed, and I was just like in a haze and trying to stay awake and everything. I bet I could have fallen asleep at 8:30 yesterday morning and slept till 8:30 this morning.
Yeah.
But most days it's like between 4 to 6 hours, and that's all I get, and then I get up and I'm fine and everything's hunky-dory. But every once in a while you have that like, nope, you're going down for rest. You don't have a choice. But usually it's also a dreamless sleep. I'm just out.
Yeah.
Like I might as well be a corpse.
Yeah, pretty interesting doctor. He has a lot of insightful stuff, and so that's why I was telling Kara, I was like, I need to sleep. I need to get at least 7 hours or I'm gonna die.
I think that exhaustive state too, because you guys know how it is after you've worked like a bunch of night shifts in a row or flip-flop back and forth, and then you finally come to the end of it where it's like you're so just burned out and tired that like you could sleep on a freight train. You wouldn't even care. But I think that also kind of lends itself to more of these like paranormal events, because your logic, your critical thinking is kind of broke down because you're so tired.
Right.
That it's like perfect opportunity for some kind of paranormal event to happen.
Yeah.
Which is partly also why I think more paranormal shit happens at night, because you're already, in an exhaustive state. You're trying to sleep. So it just makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like what makes it. How am I trying to ask this? Like, it seems like more paranormal things happen at night. Is it because of what you just said of, you're exhausted in that state of mind, right? But from my experience, I've also had plenty of experiences during the day.
Yeah.
Like as a kid playing around, things happen. What the fuck? It's weird. But it seems like more or less it happens at night. But why is that?
I don't know. Maybe it's just like Dave was saying, maybe your mind is a little bit more quiet in the hours of like when you're getting ready to go to sleep, so that you notice things that are happening on the periphery of what you're aware of.
Right.
You know, during the day, most of the time you've got shit going on and you're doing things, and then
Yeah.
you know, at night you're kind of winding down. For the most part, normal people's schedules, anyways.
I haven't worked a normal person schedule in so long.
Right.
Couldn't tell you what it's like.
Yeah.
But I wonder if, like, a person only works graveyards. Like, you adjust to that.
Yeah.
So then you're, I mean, just as awake as all of us are here right now, you're 2 in the morning, just as awake.
Mm.
Is it more apt to happen still at night?
I would think so. I mean, even if you take out the cliche of witching hour, and
Right.
you just apply the critical thinking of, well, it's dark,
Yeah.
and it would be so much easier if you're to operate under the logic that paranormal entities, whatever they are, they want to stay kind of secretive. They're going to operate in the dark, or they're not going to want to be in the sunlight because maybe solar radiation has a factor into it, or maybe the amount of light that trickles in depletes their power, or whatever. Like, there's a million different theories I could come up with, but it is just kind of a cold hard fact that most paranormal things that happen, they happen in the dark. They happen at night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't really ever see any. Maybe we could do that, dude. Do like a paranormal investigation team. We do everything during the day.
Everything
Right.
during
Just
the day.
just to see.
Yeah.
Just to fuck around and
I
find
think
out.
the real control would be to do an investigation in a place in the daytime and then again at night. And
Yeah.
just see if there's a difference.
Right. I think, my personal opinion, I think percentage of it is mindset.
Oh, for sure.
You know, like if you're in a weakened state, whatever it is you're going through, something could happen. Even if, like, you're more sensitive to that side or not, maybe, who knows, but if your mindset isn't where it should be, might be a little opening, whether it's good or bad.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're soft, you're weak. You know, like
Yeah.
a weak roof, water's gonna start to get
Yeah.
leak in slowly. You know, so it'd be interesting to test that. The day,
Well, that
night,
would also make sense too,
mindset.
because you think about a lot of these like paranormal investigations that you see, they're done at night in the dark and everything, where you're already in a heightened sense of fear,
Exactly.
and you're on the prowl to find spirits or entities or whatever. So you're already kind of in a state of fear in and of
Exactly.
itself. So whatever's there is going to kind of feed off of that.
Mm-hmm.
Versus if we went outside right now looking in your backyard for ghosts, we're not going to find shit because it's a nice sunny day. It's
Right.
bright outside.
You don't have that heightened sense of
Yeah, like
fear.
I'm not worried about a fucking bear coming out of nowhere and attacking me, so I'm going to be okay.
Right. But if you're out in those fucking woods at night and you hear something crackling, you're probably thinking, "Oh fuck, there's a bear."
Yeah,
Or something. You know what I mean?
And now
Versus
you're
the
scared.
day. Yeah, exactly.
makes sense.
That'd be a fun little theory to test.
Yeah.
Even like you look at the horror movies, always take place for the
At
most part.
Yeah, like the horror movies that have like ghosts and demons or whatever. It's usually nighttime that it happens.
Right.
I have another theory that I want to test now that we've sat down for a few hours and talked about this stuff, and thinking about how things are attached to you. If we were to go, let's say, do a paranormal investigation, let's say you and I, Spencer, and we find nothing, and then we bring him in, where it seems like things are attached to you, if things are going to start happening with him around, you know what I mean?
Well, let's go back to the mill, dude.
Dude, let's fucking hit the mill.
I'm in. If I'm in the right mindset, like if I'm, like I've noticed, because like I've tried to fuck around with a few things here and there, and that's the one common thing I can go back to, is if I'm in the right mindset of open,
Mm-hmm.
usually shit happens.
Yeah.
Nothing
If you're
big.
Open to come talk to, tell your stories, and the lights start dimming. That's kind of
Right. Right. And that's how I definitely wanted to come in to this, was open. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because like you've heard my stories,
Mhm.
like, and for whatever fuck all reason, I wouldn't say I'm a skeptic, but I'm not like I don't know. I try to rationalize things like
Yeah.
Right.
trauma. Is it trauma? Is it something? Whatever it is.
Well, and I think we definitely both picked up on that, where you'll tell this story and then try to come up with a rationale. Like, did I make that up?
Right.
Did my overwhelming sense of fear, guilt, or anger, or whatever, kick in, and that's what I experienced? Or was it this?
Right.
It wasn't just like, nope, that tree thing was a fucking ghost.
Right.
Period.
Right. Yeah.
You don't like Zach Bagans it?
Yeah. Right.
No, those are all demons. Everything is a demon.
Everything. Yeah. Yeah. If I go into it early enough where I'm just completely open,
Mhm.
I'm in.
We're gonna have to give it a shot.
Yeah, I would like to know like some of the history behind it too.
I almost think it'd be better if you didn't.
Mhm.
Because then if you experience something and then you can tell what that experience was, and then we can backfill with the story.
Right.
So let's say you go there and you see this little girl ghost and she says her name is Alice, but you have no idea of what that means.
Right.
And then later on, like Spencer tells you, oh yeah, this was a little girl and her name was Alice and blah,
Yeah.
blah, blah. I think that's a little bit more incontrovertible proof-wise than to just be like, oh yeah, I already knew this history and then I saw that exact same thing.
Mhm.
Yeah. That's kind of what we were talking about. We were kind of worried about that, like feeding that knowledge into our subconscious and then like making that manifest into our own minds by already having that knowledge,
Right.
But we were so excited that we just looked up everything that we could fucking find on it. And
Yeah. Like, what is that place in the Salt Lake Cemetery? Like Elmo's grave or
Emo?
Emo's grave.
Yeah. I've heard so many stories about that, and I've went there a handful of times, and it was just, you guys are stupid.
Yeah.
Like, I've never.
Yeah, the only thing I've
Never.
seen out there are deer.
Right.
I've just seen kids walking through the cemetery late at night trying to
Yeah.
get scared.
Yeah.
A fun one.
No, yeah.
Because I didn't know this until talking to you guys, is the Ogden Cemetery. I didn't know that was notoriously known.
There's some pretty good videos out there
Really?
from the Ogden Cemetery.
Really?
Yeah. I watch
That's
enough Slapped
interesting.
Ham and Nuke's Top 5. I think I've seen everything.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. 'Cause I had no fucking idea until today. That'd be
Yeah,
a
go
fun
check
one.
it out.
And I also think, like, if you're gonna investigate something, it would have to be multiple nights.
Yeah, I don't believe in the whole 72-hour lockdown thing that a lot of these investigators are doing now because of that show. But yeah, I definitely think multiple nights with a lot of data that you'd have to comb through to see anything is like the only rational way to go.
Oh yeah, watching investigations where they go into an area. We were in there for an hour and we heard this, and it's like a knocking sound. Okay, we'll stay in there for 10 more hours and see if we hear it again.
Right.
Stay in it for 5 nights in a row. See if you keep hearing that same sound. It's probably a bird in the rafters.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to spend enough time in there where I get completely complacent.
Exactly.
Where that fear goes away. Because it doesn't matter who you are. You're always going to have fear.
Mhm.
Because it's the unknown. You don't fucking know. Especially at night.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck's sakes. Everybody does, right? But if you spend enough time to be complacent, I think that is probably where you're going to find some interesting shit.
Yeah.
Because then your mind is now open,
Mhm.
more lax. I think that would fucking...
Well, and the
might
boredom
be
kicks
fun.
in and you're not searching, you're just waiting. You're just like, I'm supposed to be in here for 10 hours. That's stupid. And
Right.
5 hours in, you're like, God, I'm ready to go home. And that's when you start hearing,
Right. Yeah.
or,
Yeah, fuck that.
hey,
There it is. Did you
Yeah.
hear that? It's a ghost.
it's a ghost.
Yeah, whether you spend like an hour there and then you leave or 2-3 hours there, but if you have that consistency
Mm-hmm.
in a certain I guess it doesn't matter what location, but if you're doing that mill or whatever,
Yeah.
something like that, I think that would be beneficial. I don't know.
We're going to have to do the mill again.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's bring this one around. I'm really glad you came over and we did this.
Yeah, thanks for the invite. I know
You-
Scott has hit me up. You've hit me up.
Yeah.
Stitch has hit me up, and life has been kind of crazy. And then,
Oh,
yeah, good old Scotty boy hit me up a few days ago. So I was like, oh, fuck. All right.
Yeah, it was
I mean-
after that last one we did with Stitch, I was just like hot to get ghost stories
Yeah.
because the ones he told were good, and he was having a somewhat emotional reaction telling them, and I was like, God, fucking mainline that. I want some
Right.
more.
Yeah.
It's funny because I was starting to listen to that podcast last night. And terrible timing because I was on the drive home,
Mm-hmm.
and you know, one of the girls was crying. The kids were asking, "Can we go through a car wash?" So it was just like, it was kind of hard to like get invested into it,
Yeah.
and then like hearing Stitch and knowing him, and I'm like, "Come here, buddy. I just want to cuddle you. Like, nobody's gonna fucking hurt you, buddy." You know.
there.
Yeah, I gotta
I got
listen.
you.
I gotta listen to the whole thing.
It's good.
But yeah,
All right, we're gonna kill it right there. Okay, I love you. Bye bye.
Bye.
bye now.